Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good morning, directors and public media online. Welcome to our July board meeting. With alternate GMAS from Preston at the table today, and alternate director Woodward, who's participating or present in the meeting today. Also want to let you know that the salmon on your desks is from the ONA, Okanagan Nation Alliance, in gratitude for the contributions to the Fish and Schools program. So that's who that is from. And sorry, my screen is not the usual, so it's messing up. I will begin by calling the meeting to order and acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. May I have an adoption of the agenda, please? Main, Weatherhead, do we have discussion? You're on chat. Thank you. No discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Motion for the minutes. Thank you, Lockwood. Hewitt, any edits, corrections? Seeing none, thank you. Yayo, you've had some introductions.
Yeah, through the chair, one introduction this month, just to kind of close off a little bit of the domino effect. We had Donna Carmichael leave our building department about a month ago, and Melissa Jakovich moved into that position. Melissa was one of our auxiliary admins, so you might see Sydney Brown, who is our new auxiliary admin, at the front, depending on what her role is during her part-time work.
Thank you. And 3.1, Director Davidoff, we're starting with your motion. You are welcome to do introduction and then assume you want to move your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'll move the resolution that the board write a letter to the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness and the Ministry of Environment, requesting that they enact fossil fuel climate damages and healthcare cost recovery legislation similar to the Tobacco Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act, was passed in 2000, that has just provided a $3.7 billion result for the province as a viable and complementary alternative to class action lawsuits by local governments to recover damages for local government climate damages caused by the fossil fuel industry. And there's supporting documentation there, and I don't think I need to speak any further. It is simply a letter requesting them to do this.
You moved a motion. Let's just get a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, it's on the floor, and you didn't want to speak to it, but you're speaking to it, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just basically, I think the motion is pretty clear. It's a letter to the government. It's something that we understand they're already looked at, and maybe waiting for local governments to basically support what they're looking at. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. If you want to mute, unless you must speak again. Thank you. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not always the best person to try and read an act, but I think I just heard Director Davidoff said that it's similar to the Smoking Act, which provided $3.7 billion. And I don't see that whatsoever. Court cases and settlements around court cases provided the billions of dollars, not an act. when I read this act, it seems to me this act is kind of a way for the province to justify how it's gonna spend that money that it got from that court settlement. And that it can kind of spend it on whatever it wants to do. And maybe worse than that, to me, when I read it, that act that we're being asked to parallel excluded individual claims from coming out of that 3.7 billion. So I don't see this act that we're trying to mirror as having anything to do with getting money. It was really more to provide the province to set itself up for how it would enable itself to spend money without question. And I think you need to read it through that lens. This act had nothing to do with getting money. Now, if you want to get money, it seems to me there were mechanisms to get money from the fossil fuel industry. One was the carbon tax, which was just So I don't see the connection between a proposal to mimic an act that was around how to spend money you already got and the actual thing, the point of Director Davidoff's exercise is to get the money. So I don't see the connection. I can't support this approach.
Thank you. Paige?
Not to speak with the director, just said, but my reading had made clear that had enabled the province to sue directly. It went to the Supreme Court to test that. So I think Davidoff is correct in the approach and how that was leveraged, but it wasn't just about that. About creating the ability for the province to sue under those. What my reading said. I don't know.
Thank you. Director Cunningham, Director Davidoff, can you please mute? It changes sound.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I just, it's waiting. If I could close then when everyone's done.
Of course,
that'd be
we'll
great.
come back
Thank
to you, but if you can mute until then, thank you. Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you. Amendment, probably friendly amendment that we also send a copy to UBCM and ATBLG for their edification.
That's fine. I think that we can just include as a direction of staff to send to our corresponding, should it go through? Other directors? So I'm gonna speak before Paige for the second time. It's when we look at, and again, we're not lawyers, but from a legal framework of making the case, I'm gonna make some comments that are gonna try and come across as positive as possible. We have just seen, and not all of us were able to attend, but there was some really strong science presented around direct correlations on how we do land management and resource extraction that is directly tied to the emergencies that we are responding to. And when we're looking for ways to really mitigate the direct impacts, which this is making the correlation. I'm not saying that fossil fuels science has not also shown that climate change is occurring, but the direct correlation to what we have to manage at local government level and the amount of work we're going to be required to do under Emergency Disaster Mitigation Act, for me, the direct correlation is actually in land use management on the Crown level. There is significant science showing how you do that has everything to do with possible risk. And that would be a much more strong link for me. I now have requested on Crown land referrals a disclaimer that indicates risk mitigation and who expertise are to be, who's needs to apply the expertise. And I don't necessarily disagree with this one, but I don't think it's the most direct correlation to what we're dealing with. So it's one avenue. I think it's a bit of a far-fetched avenue when it comes down to the choice to smoke and the choice to drive is actually quite, you end up into an equality issue when it comes down to the ability to access certain things. If you're low income, there's a lot of reasons why you cannot not choose fossil fuels, where smoking is choice. So I think there's a better direct correlation based on science being applied to how we do resource extraction. I just wanted to state that because there's other avenues that could be more effective. And so Paige for a second time, Maine for first.
So just my main point.
No, sorry. I was just telling him. I'm gonna let Maine go for first. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. In response to your comments, would passing this and sending those letters prohibit us from also taking other avenues?
I don't, sorry,
Through the chair, I don't see how it would.
Okay, thank you.
it's not one or the other. Okay, Paul, I'll do the seconds at the end, yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Paul.
thank you, Chair. Like, great point that you brought up. And appreciate it. But there's healthcare costs associated with this also. So that's a little bit of a deviation. It might be a long shot, but I believe it's worth it.
Lockwood for a first time.
Yes, there's healthcare costs, and then how are those people gonna get to the hospital in a fossil fuel vehicle? In electric vehicle that is made with fossil fuel? I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're saying that, yeah, we want you to give us money, we don't want a carbon tax, we don't want this, we don't want that, we want you to give us money, but we still want all the stuff that comes along with it. I understand where Director Davidoff is wanting to go with this over the tobacco thing, although as the chair had stated, it's very different there's choices made. I can say that in Salmo, there's a lot of people that cannot afford an electric vehicle. And even if they could, they would still have to use fossil fuels that we are wanting to sue. So I'm not for this.
Faden for the first time.
Thank you. I understand again where Director Davis is coming from, but I don't see this as a gas and oil issue. I think this is a humanity issue. We've all become dependent on this. It's very different to me than tobacco. And someone's gonna have to pay for the oil and gas to reimburse us for whatever. And that is us. And so I just see it as creating, if you look at the long term, I see this as creating more inequity between those who can't afford to get to services, to do things they need to do, and those that can. I don't see a pathway where oil and gas can pay us back for what we might perceive them doing damages, and that not negatively impacting the average citizen who is dependent on oil and gas, because that money has to come from somewhere. And I promise you, they're not gonna take it from the profits. So that's going to get downloaded onto all of us. And so until we have a system that is not dependent on oil and gas, which we don't have that yet, then the average person is the one who's gonna pay for what we're asking them to try and do. And I just don't see that as a good outcome for anyone. So I can't support it.
Thank you. So no more first time speakers. We're gonna go to the second time speakers, Paige and then Jackman, and Davidoff, we will go to you for the close.
Okay, two just big points for me on this one are, I'm not opposed to the approach of making companies responsible for internalizing the costs associated with their product. I think that's been the thrust of the main point here is we currently provide massive subsidization, both on the extraction component of fossil fuels, but also then on all the negative outcomes and costs associated with care, our environment, and everything else that happens on the land use. Not putting aside how we do land use in this changing environment to reduce risk as something that's within our core responsibility. Where I have a problem with this and why I'll be voting against it is the city of Nelson, along with other municipalities, have opted into the Sue Big Oil campaign. And one big piece of the tobacco damages and healthcare costs recovery act is it superimposed that the province would be the person who could be the party to recover the costs, and it prevented all of the parties from making a claim within the jurisdiction. And that was part of consolidating that act. And so in this approach, for all that work that we've done elsewhere to get local governments to join a class action lawsuit to try and get those costs recovered, would get cut off. That work would be orphaned and stranded amount of work, because if this was enacted, the province would be taking the lead on any of that. And I think that's just not an intended consequence of this particular approach and this particular ask. And I'd like to really think more about how we're supporting other local governments and chasing this work as opposed to working at potential cross purposes and not really knowing the outcomes of where the province will land with it. So I'm not in support of this particular approach. That's
Jackman, or is that your?
No,
Okay, Jackman, go ahead.
So I appreciate and I take note of the statement that this act was necessary or precursor to being able to sue. But when I read it on the act, it says direct action by government. The government has a direct and distinct action against the manufacturer to recover, in this case, the health costs. And, the action under that is brought in its own right, and it's not the basis of a civil complaint. The government has the right to sue, I'm sure, with or without an act. What this act does is it goes on to say if the government seeks action, and then it talks about it is not necessary to identify individuals, not necessary this, that. It goes on to talk about how they're gonna spend money. That's what this act really talks about to me. It doesn't set the government's right to sue. It states they have the right. And then it goes on to talk about the individuals aren't gonna be claiming against this 3.7 billion in this case. The government doesn't need to identify the individuals and parts of it. The government will decide whether they're one. I think the whole premise that this act is to enable the government to sue, I don't believe that. The government has rights, whatever it determines. But this act isn't about that. This act is about my simplistic take. It's a manipulation of the money it gets. So if we wanted to make a recommendation, we could recommend the government sue for compensation for fossil fuel industry activities. That's it. Where the money goes, how's it spent, that's a whole different thing. That's what this covers for the health. So, and again, I go back to the point, the government has tools and mechanisms, they just toss one aside. Because of economic considerations, equity considerations, who actually pays for this at the end of the day, they just toss that mechanism to pull money out of that industry aside. It's called carbon tax. This act to me, I hate to think of a legal review. I think we're using entirely the wrong tool here. The government has a right to take action. We've seen them take action. We've seen them change their mind. That's not what this act is about. This act is about who gets to spend money.
So David, off to you for the close.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So before I close, just if I could ask CEO Horn a question, if that's okay, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I requested the CAO to check with our legal Beagles to see if this was an appropriate motion to make. And CAO Horn, if you could please let the board know what the response was.
Look, to the chair, it wasn't considered out of order in any manner. As noted in the agenda package, UBCM's actually considered motions to this effect in the past. So it's not something that is new, and I don't think it's inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. So just to close then, it took 38 years it took decades and enabling legislation passed by our government and other governments to get the $3.7 billion for BC as part of the over $30 billion of settlement in the other legislation that's noted here. I just want you to think about our kids. I'm a teacher. I know what it's like for our kids in our classrooms when we have wildfire smoke issues. And think about where that's coming from. And one of the causes is this. And that's who I'm concerned about, because it won't be during my time that this will be settled. I'll be gone. But the key thing is that this is a long haul process. This is one piece. It's a letter asking the government to consider the same type of enabling legislation that they used before to look at this. It's not committing us to any money. And that was the big issue with the local governments trying to start a class action lawsuit. And that's all this is. So basically, I'm looking long-term, not short-term. This settlement on anything like this would probably be decades away, but it's got to start somewhere. And so those of you that have the same view, will probably support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm gonna go by the list, just because we probably will be asked for that. So Jackman,
Opposed.
Tierney,
Opposed.
Vandenberg,
Opposed.
Graham. Newell's not here. Cunningham,
Opposed.
Popoff,
In favor?
Davidoff, last name
In
in
favor.
favor. Pendergraft,
Opposed.
Leatherhead,
Opposed.
McFadden,
Opposed.
Dumas,
Opposed.
Hewitt,
Opposed.
McLaren Co.
Opposed.
Page,
Opposed.
Paisley. Okay, thank you. Lockwood,
Opposed.
Maine,
Paisley was trying to answer, but he was muted. Sorry.
he said opposed.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you say opposed?
Yes, I
Paisley?
did. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Sorry, Maine?
Opposed.
Thank you, and we don't have one, so that motion fails. Thank you. All right, with recommendations, Joe, you sent a note, I believe this is the one where the policy number needs to change.
That is correct.
And so the policy is 500-01-11, not 09.
Correct.
All right. All recreation, Director McFadden, go ahead.
Great. Board direct staff to amend community services financial access and inclusion policy number 500-01-11 as recommended to improve the overall administration of policy for both clients and staff effective immediately, and further to remove the limits on senior staff to provide additional subsidy when appropriate.
Do you have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Further discussion? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the second one, go ahead.
The board approved the recreation client services business coordinator position as a 5-day per week effective September 1st, 2025, or later as agreed to with the Information Technologies Department, and further to amend the 2025 financial plan for community services service A109 to increase salaries and benefits by $8,100 with a corresponding reduction in contracted services.
Thank you, Director Main. Further discussion? Jackman.
This really seems like micromanaging the force.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, so question through the staff, Joe's on the line. How many rec employees, full-time, part-time, casual, seasonal, do we have across all of our services, including the little 90 centers? 200, 300, 400? We have a number roughly.
I believe that Craig and I, through the chair, Craig and I were just discussing this. I believe it's over 220 employees, but I don't know how many would be in this part-time benefited category.
You have a supplemental. Yeah.
Wow. I hope we don't have to give staff authority how to do their business at this micromanaged level ever again. It's in the budget. You're managing it. Thanks very much. Good job.
Stuart, do you have any comment on how we can?
No, through the chair, agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, all those in favor? With direction of staff that these smaller ones, I believe you have discretion to work with. Thank you. Crescent Valley Services Committee, so I believe the chair is Director DeBoon. Director Dumas, do you want to take these motions?
Sure. First one is that Preston and electoral areas A, B, and C, auto extension services amending bylaw 3033, 2025, be read the first and second time by content.
Thank you, Jackman. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And go ahead, Kira, next.
The board approved the RDCK. The RDCK extend the agreement with Community Limit Services for 3-month period from June 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2025 for the delivery of economic development services at a monthly amount not to exceed $10,000, including GST, with all terms of the original contract remaining in place, and further that the cost be paid from S107 Area A Economic Development and S108 Area B, C, and Town Crescent Economic Development, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents.
I'll serve.
Okay, thanks. And are we okay?
I think so.
Roger, do you need something?
The agenda, paper public.
Right on the corner there, behind you. Is there none that one?
Yeah. There is one available.
There's no agenda online?
It's a 404 car.
Oh, okay. We will get that going. Did you need a copy as well then, Councillor Woodward? Woodward? Okay, we'll get one printed, thank you. Sorry about that, discussion on the item. No, Crescent Valley did a good chat. Okay, all those, oh,
So through the chair, where's the error?
Sorry, I don't mean to scrub this. I tried to bring us on the.
so we'll finish this motion, 1 second. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. The website does not have the agenda, it's a 404. Okay,
Yeah.
then you guys work it out. We're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Cascaron District Rec Commission, and for when we're doing motions, by all means, summarize at your discretion. Thank you. Cascaron District Rec Commission is that, go ahead, McFadden.
Yeah, that the board directs staff to prepare an amendment bylaw for the Casper District Community Facilities, Recreation, Parks and Leisure Service Amendment Bylaw number 1909, 2007 to amend section 5 to define the following powers and authorities as written.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Hanegraaff, and discussion.
Yeah, Chair, I have an amendment to make.
What is your amendment, Director Davidoff?
To add the word current after between Castlegar and District Community Complex Arena.
You're talking about the first bullet.
Yes.
So
Adding
after
current
Cascaron District Community Complex current,
and after and current District Community Complex Arena.
1 second.
So can I?
Yes.
So through the chair to Director Davidoff, are you talking about the first bullet, the operations, maintenance and capital asset renewal for regional parks and the current?
Yeah,
Cascaron?
yeah, that'll make it clear. Yep.
It's in the first bullet.
And the current Cascaron District Community Complex Arena.
So I'm just going to see if that's accepted as an amendment. It is not accepted as a friendly amendment. Before you speak to it, I need to just see if there is a second on the amendment.
I will second that for discussion.
Okay, McFadden, go ahead.
I understand Director Davidoff, and I don't want to, I understand where his concern would be. I think though, the changing of the wording is short-sighted for where we may be going. So there's a lot of options open to where the maintenance and operations money comes from and what service and what bylaw, if there ends up being a second sheet of ice. And so by putting current, I think we tie staff's hands to not that flexibility for the future. That's still a lot of moving pieces. So that's the reason why I can't, not because I'm trying to do something different than we had full discussion at our rec commission meetings about. But I do think it puts restrictions for the future for staffing when they're actually looking at bylaw for the potential of 2 sheets of ice, which is what we're trying to get to. And the maintenance and operations still coming under our existing services, which was the full conversation that we've had at our rec commission meeting. And by putting current, it then doesn't include a second sheet of ice, because technically the Pioneer's closed right now, even though maintenance and operations for the Pioneer were coming into the service. I'm just trying to, for all those who don't know our rec commission, I'm trying to give you context of why one word matters in staff's work on this. So I'm sorry, Director David, I get where you're trying to go. I just want to make sure we're not tying staff's hands.
Thank you for the discussion on the amendment.
Yes, Chair, I haven't had a chance to open on it yet.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Director McFadden made my point. Is this is the current bylaw. We are amending it to include what we have, which is current arena. So if we decided to build another arena, that bylaw should make it very clear where the operations and maintenance and capital asset renewal will come from. And that could come through a new service because that's what's being contemplated, not using this service to build another arena. So to tie the current participants in S222, which happens to be all of Area I, and Area I is not going to be part of the new bylaw, the new arena. And if operations and maintenance and renewal for the new arena should be addressed in the bylaw that may come. But this makes it very clear, because this has been raised by my constituents. What are we paying for here? What are we agreeing to in this resolution? It's
So the purpose of your amendment has been explained. We got that.
Yeah, it's so open-ended that they said,
Okay.
well, please add the word current there, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay, got it. Stuart?
Through the chair, just a sort of a legislative note, bylaws are at a point in time. So this amendment would reflect the current infrastructure that you have right now. You can't write a bylaw dated today or dated next month, whenever this is adopted, that would cover the costs associated with something that hasn't been built yet.
Yeah.
Joe, go ahead.
No, through the chair, to note that the promise from staff to commission is that the draft bylaws will be brought back to commission for review. I understand what Director Davidoff's intent. I don't think that change actually would accomplish that in the direction. But we do know what the intent of commission is. This is just the bullet points are just trying to outline for the board what those amendments would entail in the bylaw, but it's not intended to be the full description of what the bylaw will have once we're finished.
Thanks, Joe. All those in favor of the
So
amendment?
Chair, hold on a sec. Can I speak again, please?
Director David, can you please use chat? Can you please mute when you're not speaking and you need to speak again? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My computer screen is jumping around for me to go to chat. My screen just
It's what
jumps around.
everybody has to follow for process. So
Okay.
same rules for you. Go ahead, speak.
Yeah, I think this resolution provides staff guidance in how to prepare the bylaw and the bylaw amended bylaw, the current one, S222. And so basically, this makes it clear to my constituents who belong and pay, every single constituent pays for service S222. They asked for clarity in the guidance to staff in how to prepare the amended bylaw. And that's why the word current is important. And I hope the other directors see that and support that, because it's too open-ended right now.
Okay, you've made that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you please mute now? Sorry, it really affects other people's ability to hear.
Yes, Chair, just give me a second here. I really apologize. My computer screen is doing weird things.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. Amendment fails. Motion and it's
All opposed, Chair, because otherwise by default.
Yeah.
my apologies. All those opposed. The motion fails. Thank you. The motion
Chair,
in its
recorded opposed.
yes, recorded opposed for Davidoff. Thank you.
No, sorry, recorded. I'm in favor. Sorry. Yeah. You can't record that I'm in favor. That's right. I'm already in favor.
The original motion. All those in favor? Those opposed?
I'm opposed to the original motion recorded.
All right. In favor of the amendment, opposed, recorded for this motion going forward.
Main motion.
The main motion, Director Davidoff, is recorded opposed.
Yes.
Thank you. McFadden, your second motion.
That the board directs staff to prepare an amended bylaw for Casper and Area Indoor Aquatic Center Local Service Area Establishment Bylaw number 12/21/1997 to amend the bylaw to define the following powers and authorities as written.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Thank you. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed? Did I ask for opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. East Resource Recovery Committee are you the chair of that, Jacqueline? Go ahead.
Yes, finally, at an East Resource meeting, and I'm co-chair again. This all voted and moved the board approve RDCK release funds to the town of Creston to design a septic receiving facility. As worded there in the maximum value of $116,050.84 and cost from S-186.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Kunath. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 4.1.5, we do not have any motions from that committee. We'll move on. Minutes have been received. Joint Resource Recovery Committee, back to you, Jacqueline.
Sure, so there's only two, separately. First one, I'll vote weighted, that resolution 64524 as presented, be amended to read, the board approved the RDCK and enter into a site license agreement with Air1 Car Wash and Main Storage Limited for car wash, Creston Car Wash recycling composed to a maximum value of $42,000 for a period of 1 year commencing August 1st, 2025, the optional extensions and further document 8116 recycling. East Side Region and Chair Corporate Officer authorized to sign.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Vandenberg. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Second item, similar, location, I'll vote weighted, board approved RDCK enter into a site license agreement with the Crescent Valley Community Hall Society for the Crescent Valley recycling depot to a maximum value of $36,000 for a 3-year period commencing August 1st, 2025, with option for 2 1-year extensions and further cost from A118 recycle and further chair corporate officer authorized to sign.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Tierney. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Nelson District Rec Commission, this is a request for a letter of support. The commission was not meeting, so it came straight to the board. Did you want to move that one, Director Page?
Sure, the board sent a letter of support of the Nelson Cycling Project for its application to DCK grant for trail maintenance.
Thank you. Second, I don't know why I want to say McFadden when I'm looking at Graham. Graham?
I concur.
Yeah, thank you. Discussion. I do know staff has the draft letter, so they've seen it. We're good to go. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Committees and commission, this is one motion. Someone like to move that? Thank you, Maine. Second, Jackman. Any edits or corrections? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Here. Could or should we offer Councillor Woodward freedom of the floor? Seeing it on meeting.
Oh, yes, you could do that.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. McFadden?
Thank you, through the chair. He's only the alternate director of the board, not a director, and we don't often, we never have in the past given alternate directors freedom of the floor at this table. I think 20 voices is enough. If it was joint resource or something and there was something specific, I would say maybe, but I just feel like we have enough voices at this table for the work that we do. And we open up a can of worms by allowing alternates. Then if Brian is sitting here or fill in the blank, we may have a very, anyways, that would just be my thoughts.
I do think from a process perspective, the board table should be, the committees and commissions are where we can entertain more discussion. So I would agree with that. Sorry, go ahead.
If that's
Okay.
reasonable thing.
Thank you so much. So 4.2.2 Central Kootenai Invasive Species Society, the minutes were added, the working group minutes were added to this as an addenda, just so you could see what they've been up to. This is calling for an appointment to that society. Would someone like to make a nomination? Lockwood, go ahead.
Can I ask, did we have somebody already on there, and was it Director Newell?
It was Director Newell, yes.
And if anybody else is not interested, has he shown, because he was always interested in it, so
We unfortunately, he went through the agenda knowing he was gonna be absent, and this was nothing I had received.
No, and through the chair, I understand that in the past, Director Newell was also on the board of CKIS, not the RD rep as well. So I think there was some crossover there, so that might be why he's not interested in this position. I'm not sure. But he's not here and his staff has not heard anything from him.
And sorry, Hewitt, were you appointed at one point?
No, Director Vandenberg and I were appointed to the invasive species
Working group, thank you.
which is totally separate.
Okay. And yes, I thought you might have something to say.
Through the chair, in the letter from CCAS, they say that the last RDCK representative to the CCAS board was Director Tom Newell, who resigned in 2024.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to nominate somebody from this board? Paige?
It's not a nomination within this part.
Yes?
So I look at this and can someone just maybe let me know why this is one of the groups that we entertain a rep versus others? Because certain groups love to have
They request
a
them.
rep.
When they request them, they end up on our agenda. It's not our fault.
Maybe had gone through a process where we winnowed down the list a little bit and decided where we were making overt choices to put representation versus just answering requests. It's always in their interest to have some pedigree there.
Sorry, Stuart, go ahead.
Just through the chair, I'd say it's completely your call as to whether you want to appoint someone. It might not be your call if someone asks you and you don't expect them to ask, but it's the board's, if the board doesn't want to appoint anybody, you don't have to appoint anybody. There's nothing that says you have to.
Thank you. Okay. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I was also on the a board appointee and I resigned. And Director Newell has resigned from the board. And the key thing is that Director Newell made it very clear as to why he did not believe that he should be on the board, but it doesn't stop people working on with the committee. But there were good reasons for him that he stated when he resigned from the board.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
So I'm wondering if, since we have two reps on the working group, if David Bowman, that's adequate connectivity. Maybe that's all we need.
I think we can simply ask, does the board want to appoint a member to the society? And if not, we do have two members on the working group. Go ahead, Hewitt.
The invasive species working group is a term appointment, right? It's not, I don't know whether that's going to continue. It depends upon the funding that's received, which at this point is solely from the regional district of Central Kootenay, even though there are participants from the neighboring regional district who haven't seen fit to follow through with providing funding as well. But they are equal participants at that table, and there are representatives appointed. I have a dual appointment from the regional district and as the village, just because it seemed redundant to have two people from the village on there. But Councillor Vandenberg, as the former chair of that, might have more insights.
Vandenberg.
The only other thing I can add is that the purpose of the working group is to inform the board and society with good ideas.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make an appointment on? Okay, then we do not need to. We will move on. Thank you. Community Services Canada Community Building Fund. Joe, this do you want to speak to this? Your report was really well done, by the way, and thanks for emailing it out on the Monday. I appreciate that. Is there anything you want to add to your report?
Through the chair, I think the important piece for the board to consider is that looking through when we got the big grants, looking through that history, looking through the history of the province, I believe those historical aspects are very important to consider. I think we really should not concentrate or think that we're going to get multiple $7 million grants in this round. Getting one grant of significant size would be a very good accomplishment. I do want to so the city of Castlegar did send a letter from council just noting a resolution or a letter of support for their project that's in this. And just to note that actually, so what they said in their letter of support was that they would, if their project was chosen, they would not submit a grant request for the city of Castlegar. And that would strengthen actually that application for the Castlegar District Community Complex, because it does seem that although we're separate organizations, it does seem that that may play a little bit into decision making based upon previous awards. Just like the amount of money that is given to any one community or any community. So I could definitely see where that letter of support could be important, that the province realizes that the city is not putting in an application if this application goes forward. I think that would be the only additions.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to the city of Castlegar. That's great partnership work. Discussion, McFadden, go ahead, and then Cunningham.
Can I move the motion?
You sure can.
Okay, I'd like to move the motion as written, in our agenda with those three, priorities.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Cunningham. Discussion, go ahead,
Yes,
Cunningham.
I'd like to amend the motion only because for readings purposes, it says President Septis Receiving Facility, Arena Refrigeration Replacement and Direct Digital Control Project. The way it's written, the word Creston should be included, shows two Creston projects, therefore should be written as Creston Septis Receiving Facility, Creston Arena Refrigeration Replacement and Direct Digital Control Project.
Okay, I think that,
Otherwise, you may think it's one of the other arenas.
sorry, let's just clarify. It's Castlegar, isn't it?
Through the chair, the arena refrigeration replacement and direct digital control project. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's multiple facilities, isn't it?
Craig, go ahead. Sorry, I saw Craig turn his video on, whoever.
Oh, no, through the chair, that's one project for two facilities.
Cunningham, and so in the report and the applications will specify which ones, but
That one's for two projects, okay.
yeah, thank you. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Just a
Oh,
question.
sorry, I didn't rely on my vice chair here. Page and then Vandenberg.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment to replace the Castlegar Arena with the Nelson Arena. I'll speak to it right second there.
Sorry, the arena project. Craig, can you specify which two arenas this project is for?
That's not the one.
Through the chair. So the arena refrigeration. So what Director Page is referring to is the Nelson Civic Center. The application would be for the refrigeration and DDC controls at the Nelson and District Community Complex and the Creston and District Community Complex.
Mixed up all that.
Okay, so your amendment is that you would remove the NDCC CDCC project in here. What's your amendment?
Wants to remove the Castlegar. Yeah. So through the chair, the Castlegar and District Recreation Complex expansion project would be replaced with the Nelson Civic Center, Civic Arena project, per the report.
Which is a facility we don't own, correct?
We operate it, we don't own it.
We operate it, we don't own it. The amendment is to remove, thank you. We're clear on the amendment. Is there a second on that amendment? Graham.
I'll take it for discussion.
For discussion. So let me just note that. For discussion on that amendment, go ahead, Paige.
So I'll just lay this out, and we heard.
Sorry, just process-wise, we won't lose you, Vandenberg. Paige, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So on the amendment, the reason I'm bringing this forward is, as we all know, the Civic Arena predates regional districts and was very much a federal investment in the Kootenay area long before we existed. And there's a lot of history there. And when I'm looking at this list, and including the scoring matrix in terms of what has funding, what doesn't have funding, the province has invested already to do the energy retrofits, which led to structural deficiencies being found, which led to necessities to bring it up to seismic code, which led to having to redo the roofing structure system of the civic arena after the civic center was complete. So when we look at these two projects from our perspective, we have a sheet of ice that we are actively investing in to ensure that it is still serving people for another 80 years into the future. It's a real project. It's in the middle of construction. It's been serving the area forever, and it was definitely an investment for the district, not just the city of Nelson. And it needs help to get over the line and be completed because of what has to happen when you're dealing with old assets. Now, I would love to see more facilities for recreation in our region, but the other project is still being firmed up in terms of what's being decided. There's still political conversation being had around it. It's not an ice sheet that already exists. So when we're looking at hard infrastructure that needs support strategically to continue to function in the future, we have one project that's here now that needs our help in the roofing truss system, and we have another project that's still out on paper being considered. So at this point, I think it's prudent for us to consider that the Nelson Civic Arena is the more appropriate project, since we run as the RDCK a bunch of our winter sports, and this project not only supports fixing the arena in its current form, but supports creating the facility into a year-round facility by improving the concrete floor and the other amenities within that building so that more people can use it.
Thank you. A quick question through to staff. Could the city of Nelson make this application?
Through the chair, the city of Nelson is making an application for their waste management facility, as I understand it. And therefore, they can only make one as a municipality.
Okay.
And that's why this request was brought to the Nelson and District Recreation Commission.
McFadden.
Thank you. Yeah, so through the chair, just to give a case for Castlegar, I think we've bit the bullet and put a lot of money, a lot of political capital into our current arena to make sure that we are funding our current arena to not have that infrastructure, which has the same problems, same issues as Nelson with their current arena. And as you probably have seen our tax increase over the last few years, we've done our work to make sure we're taking care of the infrastructure that we own already. And to say that it is new, it is kind of new, but it's to replace an existing arena that we made a hard decision knowing that it was not worth putting money into that existing arena. It's interesting looking at the application, and I would say even the housing support, does this application support housing? Well, it does. The reason why we're doing this is because the old arena is now becoming housing for the region. The old arena is now becoming healthcare for the region. So we are trying to be a good use of our resources. I think the city itself had lots of applications we could throw in this year, and we've chosen not to make sure that our application would go to the top, to know that we're putting all of our eggs in one basket and being regionally thinking regionally. So I would hope that the board would see that and see the hard work that Cascar has done to take care of your infrastructure. I think it's been said around this table that the Cascar Arena has actually been the forefront in our regional district and asset management of actually saying we need to do something with our assets. We need to make sure that we're taking care of them. And I've bit that bullet, and I think it's worth rewarding that with a second sheet of ice. We don't have a second sheet of ice, and that's really challenging for our community. So we are very motivated to get this going. So anyways, that is my argument, counter argument to my fellow Director Page to keep Castlegar in the motion.
Sorry, can we not have side conversation? Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment, Hanegraaff and then Hewitt.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear that it's not us getting an additional sheet of ice, it's replacing a sheet that got decommissioned. So we're not looking for any kind of increase. And I have to tell you, you want to know what it's like in Castlegar right now, come grocery shopping with me. I get stopped on the regular asking people complaining about their kids having to be on the ice at 6 o'clock and all the rest of it. So I'm just saying we've had a loss. We want to replace that loss. It's not an increase to existing ice time.
Thank you, Hanegraaff. Hewitt.
just in fairness, I wanna ask you if Castlegar has submitted their own application as well, so we're dealing with apples and apples. So the city of Castlegar could, although this is a regional district facility, correct? And that's the distinction.
I'll have staff answer that question, please.
Yeah, through the chair, we got a letter yesterday from council stating they would not be submitting a project on their own. So the city council is not submitting a project to this grant stream. They are supporting the regional district project.
Your question is, could they apply?
Yes, yeah,
They don't,
Through the chair for this project?
yeah,
yes,
No, I don't believe they could.
thank you.
so know exactly what the
Yeah.
the consideration.
Good clarification. Okay. Further on the amendment. All those in favor? Page? All those opposed? Our apologies, Director Page, your amendment fails.
That's why I wanted the armrest.
Okay, oh, that's what you were saying to McFadden. Okay. Maine,
Yeah, a comment on this. It's really difficult.
we will, I'm sorry, remember, we put you at the end and then I forgot about you. We made the vote.
No, it wasn't on the.
It was not.
He was on the amendment. He wasn't on the amendment.
No, I know it wasn't on the amendment, so now that we're back on the main motion, I'm gonna start with Vandenberg and then I'll go to you, Maine. Okay,
Thank you, through the chair. So my question is to staff, and it's just a clarity, and specifically the refrigeration plant. I know that we did talk about, these sorts of things to do with asset management. But just for clarity, did we determine that we are indeed talking about end of life, for this refrigeration plant? Or is it more in line with, GHG emission reductions? Can you remind me of where we went with that conversation? Because to me, that's important, to ensure that we're using our assets to end of life before we start, putting money in and.
I got it, correct.
oh,
Through
okay,
through the chair, it's, so refrigeration plants under Technical Safety Authority of BC. We are to be seriously considering replacing them at the 20-year mark. So after the incident in Fernie, end of life typically for a refrigeration plant is now considered to be 20 years. So similar to fire trucks, but not in the same mandatory category as a fire truck. So yes, it is considered end of life. And part of that planning a number of years ago through the sustainability group with the regional district and through Craig as our manager of asset management for community services. It was identified that there actually is a crossover there of where there's a potential to do more work. So that is actually what led to the report that you're going to be getting later on the agenda.
thank you. Thank you. Maine,
Yeah, thank you. It's really difficult to balance what I already know, what I think I know, what I'm learning all of a sudden at this table, and come to a decision that I feel is made not only in good faith, but with some understanding of the situation. And this was not one of those. It's the decision of whether to run with Nelson or Castlegar on this application, I feel should have happened earlier before we actually just had to bring it up and vote on it.
thank you. The report outlined the options and it included Nelson and the different considerations. I think it was, Director Page as the representative for Nelson had more context than perhaps was in the report. I'm not sure that we would have been able to, that's the will of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that helped.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just trying to say, am I, going around the table looking at people's faces? I don't think I was the only one who's going, what, at this late moment?
Well, that's how we roll. We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
So we have the original motion now. And it failed on that motion.
Chair, we have a bit.
That the board directs staff to prepare and submit 4 2025 strategic priorities fund applications to the UBCM for Creston Septic Receiving Facility, Arena Refrigeration Replacement, and Direct Digital Control, which is for NDCC and CDCC. and the Castlegar District Rec Complex Expansion Project through the Capital Infrastructure Stream and Asset Management Capacity Project through the Capacity Building Stream.
Right, I know, got it exactly down.
Thank you.
I wanted to put a little word craft and stuff in the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, that's in there. Oh, yeah,
So through the chair, we are gonna specify Nelson District Recreation Complex and Castlegar District Recreation Complex.
yes,
CDCC is actually Creston.
yeah, sorry.
RD is our short form for
Okay.
Castlegar, so we won't use short forms either for acronyms.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. 5.2.1, Stephanie, that's why your screen's been on. Good to see you. Do you want to, we have our report. Is there anything you'd like to add beyond what was in the report or anything you'd like to say before we go to the table?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair Watson, and good morning. The internal project team, which is comprised of RDCK staff and 7 municipal staff partners, is recommending that the board consider an amended approach to carry out the completion of the Regional and Local Community Needs Project within the existing contract award amount. The main directive of this restart plan and amended approach is to provide a clear and effective path towards project completion that meets the goals and objectives of the original RFP while adhering approximately to the original scope and budget of the project. In essence, the proposed reimagined scope has been designed not as a rigid template for rural areas, but rather as a flexible framework that will be adapted to meet the specific needs and characteristics of each community via the proposed fringe planning case study assessments versus an assessment for the entire region, which was part of the original scope. This project represents a holistic regional growth management planning exercise that has never been done before in our region. Recognizing this, the internal project team recommends that the RDCK board support the revised scope and approach to complete the regional and local community needs project. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Jackman and Payton and then Vandenberg. Go ahead, Jackman.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, there's reference in the report to a couple of technical evaluation workshops that I'd like to see what they came up with. Indicators like or referenced in the one, and the other one is hotspot analysis. I'd just like to see that at some point. I see fringe planning as being highly valuable for, rural surrounding Preston, Castlegar, whatever. To me, it makes sense to not be afraid of the future, which may include boundary expansion for efficient, more effective service delivery. I hear the needs of small water systems failing that are on the edge of the community that say, why not service us? And we did this for Denver siding. You shouldn't be afraid of that conversation. We should understand it, look forward to it, because our job is not to protect a boundary. Our job is to serve people. So I like the idea. But hotspots, I'd like to see Balfour's on that list. And maybe Balfour in conjunction with, Cooney Bay property. A lot of potential there. In order to do the work, you have to understand what is there, what's capacity to expand, and have more than just the fringe areas around the larger communities understood. And this is still a big chunk of change. So we're gonna do mapping and identify fringe potential, a hotspot list that is workshop number 2 is of interest to me. And I asked a question of a colleague this morning. I said, what is the second biggest sewage treatment plant fully approved and certified in the regional district? What is the second biggest water system? What is this? What is that? We probably don't know. We might make assumptions. The biggest one that meets all the needs for water might be Earl Creek. Not any of the cities. I don't know what their challenges are, but I know they all have challenges. So this exercise to me would identify Mountain Shores Resort as fully approved water and sewage systems. Or what is Carbon Bay Resort developments to? Or what is Balfour? Or what is their potential? Because those may be the hotspots. They may tick boxes in terms of transit, accessibility, and other things. So I don't want to see fringe limiting us to the obvious work we need to do. I want to understand the other hotspot side of this conversation. And I see this as
Can we
a precursor,
just
sorry,
to track, and I go back to Stephanie to check in, is that going to be a part of it, and how do we ensure that? Can we just check in on that
Sure,
request?
absolutely.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, through the chair. When we were looking at the revised approach to undertaking this work, essentially the consulting team would be switching from one region-wide case study assessment to what's proposed now, 7 fringe area planning case study assessments. And there were other alternate options proposed from the consulting team where they could take into consideration a Balfour, for example, but that would increase the overall budget scope. And the internal project team was not comfortable coming forward to the board with an increase to the budget amount. So if we receive direction from the board here today to look at areas such as Balfour as an example and an expansion of those fringe planning case study areas, we could go back to the consulting team. But ultimately, I think that would include an increase to the overall budget.
Thank you, and you had another, so go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of the budget, we're at a complete disadvantage. There's money on the table. They know we use it or lose it, and they can easily say, oh, you want to do something other than the obvious. Municipalities have a lot of data, they have work with that as a starting point versus doing real hard work in an area that had not been properly analyzed, and that'll be extra. So I take that with a lump of salt, not a grain of salt. Anyway, this work with whatever comes up in terms of data and things we'll put into our system, I think are also precursor elements to what we will need when we come up to the subdivision bylaw revision. Because when you start talking about subdivision, first you think, oh, can we service? Well, we don't know if we never looked at Balfour or what would happen as we discussed at Windell 2 times with the provincial full-on reviews. All it would take for them to grow would be a sewage system because they have other elements in place, but they have high water tables, so septic was problematic. So we don't know in terms of subdivision what our potential is, what the most economical housing would be at the lower cost land, it's a little further out, until we actually understand that. So on that, people then say, well, so far away. Have you lived in a big city? I lived in Calgary, lived in Vancouver. 20 minutes is nothing. So you should be looking at the fringe, 20, 30-minute travel, so because that's what people travel on. So I'd love to see how this still plays out.
Okay, so I've got Paige, Vandenberg, and Davidoff so far on the list. Paige, go ahead.
Just building on that, I'm curious when we're looking at like the Greater Nelson or Greater Salmo and the hotspot analysis, how does something like Weimer show up in the Greater Salmo conversation? How does Balfour show up in the Greater Nelson conversation in terms of we're looking at area F, and it may not be on the fringe, but certainly those communities are better communities of Nelson and people travel to and fro and how their service matters. So how would that show up in these studies, those little hotspot communities?
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, through the chair. That's a wonderful question, and I do not have the answer to that because we haven't undertaken the work. So at this stage, I wouldn't be able to answer how a Weimer or a Balfour shows up, but I can take that back to the consulting team to see how those 2 communities in the essence of the, Greater Salmo and either Greater Caslow case study area could take those outlier communities into account. That's part of this exercise, which we haven't undertaken yet.
Yeah, I think, and I'll flag my note, I won't say it now. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Well, thank you, and just a comment kind of on the report. So my colleague has identified the advantages. To some degree, spoken to how important the hotspots type of thing are. And he spoke specifically about water treatment plant, sewage plant, perhaps transit fits in that. But these are assets, and assets are not excluded or included in the hotspot analysis should also identify specific assets because they're relevant. And also. My colleague has identified the parallelity of this work to our subdivision bylaw work. And we can't have one without the other. So I have touched on that again, and I appreciate that. I want to get now to the specifics of 4.5. There's actually two 4.5s. And the one that I want to refer to is the measuring success metrics, 4.5. I think the opportunity lost in there, I don't think those are really measuring metrics that are in there right now. Those are fluffy kind of motherhood type of statements. And the opportunity is to reflect on the value of identifying assets. That is what your metrics ought to be based on, not patterns, thresholds, and alignment with shared goals. I don't know what any of that is. How do you measure that? So not that that's a big thing, but I just wanted to point out that if you're going to have some metrics, the lost opportunity here is with your hotspots, is identifying your assets, which informs this work. Which then helps to inform our subdivision bylaw later.
Stephanie, did you? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Watson. Through the chair, just to respond, the criteria that we're having to follow for this project, as we all know, is part of the province's complete communities criteria. As our funder, we're obligated to meet that program requirement. Through the hotspot analysis, though, we will be looking at infrastructure feasibility. So I think we will be touching on what Director Vandenberg and Jackman were mentioning and making that connection to subdivisions as an example in our rural electoral areas.
Good. Davidoff, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in Castlegar and District, and I know in the report it says Greater Castlegar, but we like to use Castlegar and District when we describe our subregion. And we just finished the City of Castlegar official community plan. We just finished the Area I community plan, and part, which you know how long that took. And part of the work we did was look at these types of things in our community planning, and RDCK staff was part of the City of Castlegar process in an advisory capacity. I guess what I'm looking at right now, and a question to staff through the chair, will this work in Castlegar District identify where we could have liquid waste management expansion? And that's a Castlegar project right now. And will it identify, where we can place affordable housing within the region and service that? Like there have to be identifiable matrix, deliverables in this work. So the key thing is, and then will the directors from I&J be part, and the city representatives be part of this work, part of this committee? Because right now, I'm not aware of what's happening with this work, because I'm not part of it. I don't know if Director Hennegraff is part of it. I don't know if Mayor McFadden's part of it.
We've had two presentations at the board, Director Davidoff, just clarifying for you.
I understand, but the key thing is, I'm taking the point of what what Kelly made, is that when you have specific deliverables, if our goal is to identify how we can improve liquid waste management services within Castlegar District, that is a really huge asset issue that can help us with working together on developing within the fringe. So
I think your question's been, you've got a question there. Will it include that review?
Yeah, and will we be part of it? Like, because right now we're not on the committee as far as I know, unless I'm missing something.
There is no committee for this. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Exactly.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to respond to Director Davidoff's questions and comments, part of this project and the final deliverable would not only include the geospatial mapping for those fringe planning case study areas, but also submission of a final report with recommendations for future planning work, including a potential bank of policies, actions, and next steps. So in your particular case, maybe that would include a recommendation for future work with regards to a liquid waste management plan, because we're looking at potential future growth areas. Part of the criteria for the Complete Communities program, as we know, includes looking at residential land. So that would touch on affordable housing, Director Davidoff. So that's my response to where those would show up in relation to this project.
Okay.
And Stephanie, can you just, 1 second, you had another question. I'm just going to clarify. Stephanie, I believe the report outlined where directors are involved in terms of consultation with them. Can you just highlight that for us?
Yeah, thank you, Director Watson. Through the chair, where we're at with this project and engagement with our elected officials, as the board will recall, we last met with the consultants at a board workshop in, I believe, February of 2025. Part of the original scope was to take all that information, work with the staff project team, undertake the regional assessment, and then come back to the board with the final report, geospatial mapping actions, and next steps through a presentation, and then answer questions, take comments from the board, and make any adjustments as needed. The restart amended approach does not include any additional board engagement. So you would be seeing the consulting team as part of their presentation of the final project work.
So supplemental, Chair?
Yes, go ahead. You're one supplemental.
Yeah, through the board, I think it's really important to have the elected officials involved in this work, because eventually all this stuff becomes political. And to wait until there's a final report and then provide comment, like I think we need to work together during the process. And I don't know if that's within the scope of this project, but this is pretty heavy duty work. And for us not to be involved in it until we see a final report and then make amendments if necessary, is where I think this process is lacking. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. I'm going to go ahead, and then we've got Graham, McLaren, Cohen, Cunningham. Stephanie, I just want to note that you, I believe from what I've seen on the reports, your lead on this one as well as on the subdivision bylaw. So I just want to make that connection, because I hope you're able to do that when you're doing this work. I think that's a really critical connection between the two. My question is, when it comes to, I do agree that it would be, I believe, really advantageous to check in with directors at some point regarding those high concentrated areas that are not necessarily known because there is no data. That's the gap we identified in the first kind of response to, and I do think that the pivot in what is being proposed here is more aligned with what we indicated. But part of the reason why it was so far off is because of the amount of information that is not available via data in our rural areas. That tends to be information directors have in terms of knowing who's where and where it's concentrated. One metric I wanted to suggest, if not already considered, is being able to identify the amount of PODs in a certain area to point of diversion, which is your water system connections, to then identify, is there a concentration that does highlight a hot spot that is not in our information, because we also don't have land use planning wall to wall that would identify concentrated areas. So would we be able to include metrics on point of diversions, which is obviously data from the province, and then a population density that would complement that to identify hotspot areas for further review, knowing that this project wouldn't necessarily deep dive into that, but it would identify those hotspot areas that need more work? And can we have a check-in with directors at midpoint? Those are my two questions.
Thank you, Chair Watson. Certainly, I've made note of all of the comments that I'm hearing today at the board meeting in relation to this project. I can certainly bring back to the consulting team your comments about the metrics, point of diversion, and population density to see how we can accommodate for that in the project. And then I'm not sure if I'm forgetting the second point of your question, if you could remind me, Chair Watson.
That directors are checked in with at some midpoint before a final project, so we have a bit more of a knowing what to expect and anything that we might, just that there's a bit more of that check-in point before we see a final.
Yeah, through the chair, recognizing we're wanting to keep this project, at least the staff recommendation, within the existing budget scope. I think what I could do as the project manager for this project is to come back at agreed upon point to provide an information update to the board, receive your feedback, and take that back to the consulting team at this stage. I think we could make that work within the existing budget.
I'll note that bringing it to the board doesn't quite address what we're requesting in terms of that engagement, but I do understand your constraints. Graham and then McLaren Cove and Cunningham, Page and Vandenberg. Sorry, I didn't Page for a second time, I believe. Maybe not on this one. Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you. So through the chair, I really struggled with this as an area director with this whole project, and I really struggled in seeing value. And I think one of my comments were that I hope the municipality sees some benefit from this, because I really did not see a whole lot of benefit coming to the areas. So I'm glad to see the staff doing what they're doing here today. Very supportive of this, and all of the comments that have been made are really great. I'm echoing all of those, and I'd be happy with the motion.
Sure.
So I would move that motion.
This, okay, thank you. Motion's on the floor. We'll keep going with the speakers list. McLaren Cove.
Thanks, Chair. Through the chair, just from a municipal perspective, from a small municipality that has little to no planning staff or very limited capacity in terms of planning, I'm trying to, I'm trying to approach this with a regional perspective, but at the same time, I do have to report back to my municipality. And I was wondering if staff could help me allay the skepticism maybe that there exists on the other end of this conversation when I go home, if that's not too vague of a question.
Thank you. Through the chair, I certainly would be happy to connect with the administrator who sits on our staff team to help provide more information, or to have a one-on-one session with your municipality to help bridge that gap and provide information that might remedy their skepticism. So I offer that to any municipal partners. I've also reminded our internal project team, where you do have municipal staff on that team, to check in with their regional board elected officials. So you can always check in with your internal project team member from your municipality. And I'm always available to connect in whatever way, shape, or form works best for you, whether that's phone or email, to help address maybe those more specific questions that your municipality has for this project.
Thank you.
Good. Cunningham.
Thank you. I agree with moving the motion. It seems to me that a lot of discussion today has really not had much to do with recommendations. Can we try to stay on topic, please?
Well, this is revamping a contract and its deliverables. So I do think the input has been very much addressing some of those gaps and seeing that we do. But appreciate the reminder. Was anything on the subject you wanted to speak to?
No.
Okay. Paige.
Yeah, just picking up on the conversation about the 4.5 measurables. So I just want to ensure that we're making statements like fostering dialogue about opportunity for coordinated curriculum planning, that this doesn't become static, that we're looking for how we could be doing intermunicipal planning on a regular basis, how we can build that into the future, or at least recommend how that conversation develops. Because getting to shared land use principles is going to take time and those values will move, but that's a way we can put more specificity around what it means to foster dialogue and opportunity. What is the framework going forward to continue to bring up these conversations? When we're talking about better understanding sustainable thresholds, that's identified threshold for water, sewer, fire, and road. But then what I also heard was staffing around the table, that if you don't have the resourcing to do this planning, that's servicing threshold. So we can get a little bit more specific there and potentially tie some timelines on here. And hopefully including some baselines of when we have trigger points for new infrastructure that needs to be developed. We might have a fully flushed out water system, but you know, we're 200 homes away from whatever sewage system is happening. Like when do we need to then make those additional investments? And then around the strengthening our shared understanding among participating local governments with anticipating future growth needs, that's like joint resource, that's joint spatial analysis and land use planning. That's sharing our data and having an understanding of where Nelson is growing into, where Area E is inducing growth around Blewett. And so as long as we're getting clear that we're trying to get to the same set of data and we're trying to have a clear understanding of where we're going, I think that's how you get more specific on that particular one. And then I would just urge us as a final, just kind of courtesy to retire phrases like motherhood statements, because it's not really appropriately to frame our values in our conversation anymore.
Thank you. Vandenberg.
Well, thank you, and thank you for that. Yeah. That's the first thing that came to mind. I gotta get rid of that. Change that completely. So our conversation has been interesting and a lot of elements and points of consideration. I'm in support of the work that's been done. This is a revised project scope that has been revised, as far as I can tell. So I just want some reassurance that that which we talked about today is in fact going to make it into our conversation, into this project scope. The scope is, to me, is somewhat changing. And so I'm kind of at a point where that which is presented today is not really what we're moving forward with. So I'm a little bit caught on identifying that this report is where we're going to go, but our conversation has changed the scope somewhat. So how is that going to get reflected?
Thank you, Stephanie. Or sorry, thank you, Vandenberg. Stephanie. Yeah, there's a comment there. I didn't say it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have been taking notes related to the metrics. I heard from elected officials around the table here today that there was an interest to have additional check-in before the final report. I mentioned that I could offer that. So we wouldn't need to amend the scope. Unfortunately, I'm not able to speak on behalf of the consultants about the metrics, but I'll pass that on to them. And I guess maybe I'm wondering from the elected officials what, in terms of the staff report presented versus what the comments have been here today at the board table, what changes in the scope you're looking for, just so I can get clarification?
I think from the discussion, there's a few notes around different data points that we would like to see included. The motherhood statements changed as a metric of success is one of the ones to be removed. Stuart, do you have the rest of them?
Well, I think that through the chair, the biggest thing would be the engagement of directors through the project. We have to somehow make sure that we're not going too far, Stephanie, before we're doing sort of a gut check with the directors to make sure we're on the right track and not miss anything that they see as important.
Thank you. And then of course, with the small municipalities, I think you already offered to check back in with them in terms of their admin, and that kind of connection I think was addressed. And we can't say motherhood. That was one of the ones that was clear. So back to you, Vandenberg. I'm trying to capture that that's what we're asking to be, I guess, included within this scope change.
Thank you for that. So in order to support this, I am looking forward to that further dialogue and consultation that Stephanie's referring to, that has been brought up as being necessary. So I will leave it in the capable hands and expect those conversations.
Okay. Stephanie, we have a few more speakers, but I just want to check in on that kind of, are you good with all this so far?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. That's what I heard, and I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure I wasn't missing the mark, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Director Main.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As an even smaller municipality who is not a participant in this project, I want to offer that I am finding it very helpful. The reports, the discussion, finding it very helpful in what I can bring back to my community to start getting us looking, less navel gazing and more mountain gazing. And I see, of course, the natural synergy between New Denver, Silverton, and Spokane, which is a participant, and Area H. I think that these are things that we can use for discussion between in Quartet, which needs to be revised, which is our sub-regional sharing group. So this is all really good information, and I thank you, Stephanie, the team, and all of the directors for this discussion, for the information that I'm gleaning from.
Thank you. I think that there's a really good note on the engagement piece that might be helpful, Stephanie, is we do have several shared tables for where those sub-regional conversations would be quite helpful to have, opposed to the board and not one-on-one. So I think that would be an avenue for that check in. Lockwood.
Thank you. It's really a pile of worms, this whole thing. Because when I read the report, and I've read it 3 times, and I'm just wondering, as a small municipality, and we talk about fringe planning, and I think of Samuel, and when we talk about fringe, my understanding is that is what is around a municipality, but we are such a diverse RDCK that we have little tiny communities all over the place. So I'm wondering what the definition of fringe is, because when I think of fringe, I think of around a municipality, but that's not what I'm hearing at the table.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, through the chair. So for the purposes of this project, fringe planning areas are areas at the edge of the jurisdictional boundary between a municipality and RDCK electoral area. So I hope that helps to define fringe planning as a whole. As I mentioned in the staff report and briefly in my verbal presentation here today, each proposed fringe planning area could be unique in that perhaps that fringe planning area gets expanded for whatever reason for a particular case study area. So it could be different. It could look different for each case study area, just as an example.
And before your supplemental, just checking back on the feedback you've received from us today does also request that some further metrics that could identify hotspots outside of that fringe area be something you take back to the consultant. Is that correct? So kind of addressing where you're going with what about those other communities? And we, of course, she can't speak for the consultant, but I do know that was something we gave some feedback on. Am I correct with that, Stephanie?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair Watson. I know that we heard that, I believe it was Director Jackman brought up Balfour as an example. So yes.
Okay. And supplemental?
So I'm just, because I'm going to use Samuel again, when I think of Samuel, it's all ALR, completely surround Samuel. So when we look at expanding, that's where I'm really confused over this whole entire project is, like I understand if we were looking at Weimar, but that Weimar is not a fringe community of Samuel. It's 11 kilometers away. So I guess I'm really needing some clarification, and I know that Stephanie will go back to the consultants and figure that out for us, because I think that that's where a lot of the confusion over this whole thing is. Thank you.
Well, I think a good summary of this project, and Stephanie, please correct me if I'm wrong, this is looking at the data of potential growth areas, not are you growing and going to do that. It'll make recommendations on areas to consider. So it's not gonna go in and say, we're doing this. It's gonna go in and say, here are the areas that need to be considered and what needs to be considered. Is that a good summary of what this is doing, Stephanie?
Thank you, Chair Watson. Yes, it is. And just to speak to Director Lockwood's comments about the agricultural land reserve, just a reminder for the board that the town of Creston was keen to partner with us on this project because they're looking at having future discussions with the Agricultural Land Commission, and we're hoping to use the geospatial mapping and outcomes of this project to provide that technical analysis and be able to have those conversations with the Land Commission directly, just as an example. So, you know, perhaps that's of interest to the village of Selma one day. I'm not sure.
So we've been McFadden, Popoff, Cunningham, and we need to move along. So McFadden.
Thank you. Thanks for all everyone's comments. I guess just listening, I did get briefed from my staff on this before we came today, just how it fits into ours. They were thankful to the RDCK staff for all you're doing and appreciate the change in scope. My thoughts though really quickly are I think we need to be careful that no one project can hit all the mark, like for everyone. And so we have to start somewhere. And as soon as you start expanding a scope too far within the same amount of money, you're actually going to get less data that's important, that's good, that's useful. And so I would just be cautious. I hear like lots of thoughts, and it's not that I think that they're bad to start looking at these pocket communities that maybe, but a project needs to start somewhere. We need to start planning somewhere. And I think if we try opening up the scope too much, what I'm hearing from Stephanie and what I'm hearing from a concern about listening is that we may get more fluffy data. We may not get the concrete data that we actually want if we make it too big, because now they're trying to collect too much. So I would just be cautious with us as a table that we're not giving too much direction to too many changes in the metrics. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just getting the sense from like we may not get where we want to get to because it's within a certain scope and we need to start somewhere. So the natural starting place is those fringe communities. It's not saying that we don't need to do more work after that, but let's start somewhere and then move from there. I hope that makes kind of sense. Just a concern for what I'm hearing around the table is that we may be trying to get too much out of one singular project that it cannot do. Thanks. Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of comments that were made. Dale, our land surrounded the communities, but I do have communities in my area that are bigger than some of the municipalities, like 450 households, a community of that. And water and sewer is the two more important needs of communities for any kind of expansion.
Thank you. Cunningham for the final.
Yes, thank you. I recall a major study was done, I think about 20 years ago, and some of it led into some of the planning that we're doing now, and some of it led into the thing that some of the zoning work and the rest of that stuff that's happening now. Excuse me if I've got a link to my piece, I just got a crap in my leg from sitting too long. Anyway, the thing is, my question is, will this heritage material be blended into the new stuff?
Stephanie, go ahead.
Chair Watson, I'm just wondering if Director Cunningham can repeat the question again. I had a hard time hearing.
There was a research done about 20 years ago addressing different aspects to the needs of growth in the area, and he's wondering will that be incorporated or reviewed as part of this? Got that?
That's good.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's part of the background review and analysis of this project. So yeah, absolutely. Any existing plans, policies, that's part of the consulting team's review work and would inform this project.
Okay, great. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good shot. Good soup. Okay, we're gonna take our morning break. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Bye. What do you want me to do? Oh, it's just chocolate. Okay. Can you mute us again?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're just gonna check in. Director Casely, are you present? Got our cameras going. And sorry, have we seen if Director Lund came online at all? No. Okay. I just want to make sure Director Casely is present. Okay, maybe just put a note that when he is present, can he please turn on his camera so we know he's present? Thank you. All right, we are on item 5.2.2, and we do have, I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself. I know we've met before. I don't want to say your name and not say it correctly. Please introduce yourself, and so I know how to say your name correctly.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. Through the Chair, my name is Saina Singla, and I'm the Senior Energy Specialist at RDCK. So, the GHG emission reduction pathway study is being presented today for information only. The goal of the study was to evaluate emission across 61 corporate facilities and to identify opportunities to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in line with the targets of 50% reduction by 2030 and 100% by 2050. The study includes detailed ASHRAE Level 2 energy audits for 22 sites and use archetype modeling to project opportunities district-wide. It models 3 scenarios and evaluate energy conservation measures based on cost, emission impact, and feasibility. The report is meant to share the finding of the study and present a business case for implementation. The focus of the business case is on the smaller, less complex facilities where the upgrades are feasible in the near future. These include Arrow Creek Water Treatment Plant, several volunteer fire halls, and small recreation center. The proposed measures are cost-effective, eligible for external funding, and collectively could reduce the emission by over 100 tons CO2 annually. We will continue to refine the project scope, pursue funding, and align with the internal policy framework. As the capital and grant opportunities emerge, we will return to the board with formal recommendations for implementation. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will have a bit of discussion. There's no motion on this item. And just one clarification, I believe it was in your report, but when it comes to any budgetary requirements beyond grant approvals, those of course go through the service and would require approval should it be before our next financial plan. I see you nodding, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just want to clarify the financial component. Gentlemen, over to you.
Sure, thanks very much, through the chair. I want to say I really like the presentation of the pathways, especially like pathway number 2. But I like the way it's laid out. I look forward to more items other than like arrow treatment, fire halls, or the minor rec things. More opportunities being identified in your future. Just having the audience and the board there, I want to state what's on us, because when you look at the 3 major rec centers, we already talked about rec centers a little bit today. 82.5% of our corporate greenhouse gas emissions are those 3 big rec centers. And I'm not saying we don't need ice, we don't need recreational, so I'm not saying we don't need that. What we need to be really, really aware of is the cases where we had 3 hockey rep societies sitting here telling us they want us to make ice in the middle of the summer for a hockey school. And then we say, you know what, that is just so working against nature and so many of our objectives, because it is the worst, fastest possible way you can blow energy out into the atmosphere is trying to cool a building, run a compressor unit when it's actually 90 degrees plus Fahrenheit outside. So there's a lot on us still. Our choices of operations or how we direct staff through budgets and operations. We can probably shave more off of these emissions with a few wise choices. All the things proposed so far, 3.5% reduction. I wonder operationally if we could match that just with some better choices. I'd upset a few groups' expectations, I'd upset something. But operationally, we could probably do another 3.5%, but not just doing what people ask for.
You caught me with my foot in my mouth. Is there any staff that would like to respond to that? Or just, you don't have to.
Chair, I can just add a quick comment to what Director Jackman, and I appreciate the direction he's going in. We are going to have a discussion with the board at the next meeting about the KIJHL's request, specifically about ice season, etc. And yeah, the way we use our facilities and this initiative coming from Sina and Paris, there is a bit of a conflict, certainly, where we're going to have to make some decisions, and we will bring those decisions to the rec commissions and, if necessary, to the board for things like how we use our recreation complexes and how we can also benefit our strategic goals for climate action.
Thank you, Craig. Good. Okay, I've got Cunningham and then David off.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very curious. How much interchange do we have where we use things like make ice to and use the heat from making ice to warm the pool, those kinds of things? And also, how much energy work have we been doing in using heat pumps beyond the? I mean, I know an air conditioner heat pump of the type, but heat pumps for heating and cooling the masses of the interior of the buildings, and using that as a heat exchange. In other words, using for what we produce in one area to cool another area. And also, of course, down here at river level, we have water available on a water source pump to run a heat pump. It's way more efficient than an air source pump to heat. Have we looked at any of those things? I see the general passages in the art and and what the worksheets, and I really like what's being done about percentage reductions and things like that. But I was just wondering if we also could look at a little, as the word is, drill down a little farther.
Yeah, through the chair to Director Cunningham, all of our facilities have systems in place that do perform heat recovery, ventilation. We have energy conservation measures in place to a varying degree based on the age of the facility and the complexity and the cycle for replacement. And I think part of this, we have done energy studies just recently on the three main complexes. And we do understand where those fit as far as efficiency and ability and opportunities for heat recovery and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And as the business case suggests, there are investment opportunities that we'll bring to the commissions and to the board when required. But we are, to answer the question, we do have those measures in place. We don't have them consistently in place, and we'll endeavor to get to meet our climate action goals.
Thank you. Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question, and probably I'll just raise the question with staff. I think I asked this question 10 years ago, and I'm asking it again. We are looking at all these GHG pathways and reducing emissions and everything else. Why are we doing that? We dealt with the motion earlier today saying that we don't want to do anything that impacts, fossil fuel producers and things like that. So can we just kind of remind ourselves as to why we are making all this effort and we're getting all these grants to do this? And we have the gas tax fund for us to use for different things. So why are we doing this work? I guess to staff and maybe to a manager would be better, because it wouldn't be fair to new staff.
So, I mean, we can ask them that, but the report opened with why we're doing this, with all the associated motions and direction this board has given to do that work. Sienna, do you want to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, so why we are doing this is basically this was part of the climate goals that were being adopted by the board. And as well as this, to add on to what is there in the report, this business case as well as this study also provides a leverage for us to apply for various grant opportunities, which can help us to implement the energy conservation measures in future, and also to have them implemented as and when required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
supplemental.
Is
And
it specific to the report or back to your motion from earlier today?
yeah, well, it's, you know, the feedback that I just received is that it helps us to apply for grants and there's grants available to do this work. I just, at some point, we have to, I'm just gonna make a comment. I don't want to put Sana on the spot. The bottom line is that we're doing this work and we're talking about this and we're taking all these grants and everything else for GHG emissions. My comment is, what is the real problem we're trying to address? And I think staff just said it has to do with climate change related to fossil fuels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Weatherhead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can never quite wrap my head around this. I kind of I'm not really trying to dovetail off what Director Davidoff is saying, but I often just find myself going to the elephant in the room, which is technology and the GHGs that we are using more and more and more of. That is the elephant in the room that that never seems to get singled out and measured. And I don't know how that would even be possible, but it's just when I look at our world and I look at the increase in the electricity, all these heat pumps and all of these things require, and then the increase in technology and AI and all of these things that require, you know, we are creating more GHGs in other areas that we're not seeing here on the ground in front of us. It's just like when we throw our garbage in the landfill and then we don't have to see how much garbage we're producing. So it's just something that always rattles around my head. Be awake at night. It makes me think of my 8 grandchildren. Yeah, so that's just.
Thank you. I think it's also a really good note to make that sport is not immune or saying GHGs aren't real and causing an impact. That's not at all what we're saying. We're saying, how are we effective with that? And you're highlighting, and I'm going to go to Sana. Where does IT and the technology demands in our working world, I believe is your question, Director Weatherhead. Where does this land in this work? Is that something on the horizon we would also start assessing, or anyone on your team?
I would, through the chair, if Paris could answer that. Paris?
Thank you. Go ahead, Paris.
And thank you. My apologies. I just got distracted for a moment. Would you be able to repeat?
I'll repeat it and then let me know if I miss it, Director Weatherhead. In regards to measuring GHGs and our impacts, where does IT fit into that? And the increasing needs on electricity to manage our increasing IT needs? Is that?
Well, our increase in electricity in managing our building codes, in the increase in electricity in our homes, we need a much bigger electrical panel in our homes now to drive all of the technology and all of the things that are required in the new house builds. You know, it's like every time I turn around, oh, we need more electricity for this, that, the other thing. We need more technology for this, that, the other thing.
You got that, Paris? Yeah,
yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, it's a great question and it's complex. And so not only specific to just IT and the what's often referred to as the embodied carbon of the products that we consume. So what it takes to actually produce the products that we're using from at a household level, to a personal level, but also the level of monitoring and reporting is becoming increasingly more sophisticated as well. And so we're looking at how we, those that are involved in monitoring, are increasingly trying to understand what are the brackets within which we do our measuring. And next month, at the August board meeting, we're bringing forward our community energy emissions inventory, a report that looks over the last 4 years. And once again, it produces a new methodology, or it's used a new methodology, which we think is more comprehensive for analyzing our emissions, both at a community and corporate level. Where it doesn't analyze, and where in general we're records at the personal level around what we choose to purchase as goods, because from a phone to what I use for electricity to understanding what was used to actually produce it, there's so many chains and so many different governments and so many different people involved. It's a very hard thing to understand where the line is. In terms of electricity for our houses, that is
Paris, can you cut your video
it is
because
computed
you're
in
cutting in and out.
the process. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's still pretty shaky. I think we're just gonna, that's good for an answer for now, especially for getting a report next month. Okay, so we have 3 more speakers. There's no motion on this one. We have a report next month.
The emissions associated with
Paris?
electricity.
Paris? Okay, we have Cunningham. Can you mute her, please? Thank you, Ange.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just noting the speakers list. 1 second. No motion on this. We have another report next month. Let's be as concise as possible and focused on this report right now. Sounds like next month we'll be talking about it more. So with that, what is your comment or question?
Thank you. Yeah, 2 comments, and it was made by a couple of former directors. The reason I've got a heat pump in my house is because it saves me money. That's the big thing, including the cost of building it, and I didn't get any grants. It saves me money in operation because the heat pump takes the heat out of the air or out of the water.
Thank you.
It uses heat we already have, concentrates for our use. So we should be thinking about that. This is the money statement. The second thing is IT, okay, AI, excuse me, is the biggest energy user we have seen in years and years and years. I personally am familiar with the power source down across the line, the generator put in by the government in the 30s. They're using almost 3/4 of its power to run one IA plant. And you can go by and just see rows and rows, billions of computers, yeah, put together just to run simple brain work that we can put inside of our head. You might even want to think about that. Just a comment. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I agree on the AI. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the business case. As I just want to point out though, because the conversation has led to that, as per your business case recommendation, your pathway 2, which is probably the most cost effective for our taxpayers at the moment, it will not, as you pointed out in your report, reach the net zero goal of that you're trying to go for. So just wanted to point that out. Not saying that I don't appreciate it. I don't know that it's a realistic set of goals to go for. That's an opinion. But I want to point that out is that we're not meeting the intent back in 2018, whenever that was decided. So I wanted to isolate that and that was brought up in your business case. I guess the other comment that I'm forced to talk about is anthropogenic climate change. That is man-made. I know that the climate is changing, but it's a whole lot bigger than anthropogenic. And the sooner we start accepting that nature has a lot of bearing on our climate, the easier it is to come up with agreeable solutions.
Thank you. Hewitt and then Paige, and then we're going to move on.
Okay, thank you, through the chair. I'll try to be really quick. I just think we've got to stop our thought silo thinking, because right now we're talking about the climate change initiatives and perhaps not granting extra usage of ice time because it's going to use more energy. But if we don't do those things, are we at risk of degrading people's physical and mental health because they don't have those opportunities? And the same with economic development, right? We should be thinking about everything that we do, because recreation is our largest, probably one of our largest services beyond waste. So what are our trade-offs that we're doing, right? By not thinking with everything in mind. We can achieve one goal, but then there's another longer lasting goal, another long lasting effect to what we're doing.
Good point. Thank you. Page for the final.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we continue to do this work so that we're decoupling how and what kind of energy we're using from how that has impact on our broader economic and community building exercises. My question is, when I look at the community centers being that big piece where emissions and our impact on the climate is being felt, a big assumption I'm seeing in here is the decarbonization of the natural gas component. The RNG, we know Fortis is now mandated to 1%, it's going up to 2%, but that is largely being delivered through contracts external to the jurisdiction of BC. And I think there is some concern about how viable the decarbonization of the natural gas system will be. So I'm a little worried about the assumptions in our graphs that our natural gas fuel system will in fact become renewable and be decarbonized and be able to meet the volume of demand that it currently has. And I'm asking, how are we looking at that with a little bit more suspicion, a little bit more caution in terms of what happens if RNG does not manifest as the technology that saves the day in terms of our use of it? And do we need to hedge our bets in terms of how we're planning to electrify things to ensure that our community centers reach those goals?
Thank you. Staff, go ahead. Go ahead, Dana, or Dana, go.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually redirecting the question to Craig itself. Craig, please.
Thanks, Sina. I think I appreciate the question, because the renewable natural gas consideration, certainly in the work that we're doing, and we reported on at the All Recreation Committee, the work we're doing with Fortis is contingent. And so some of the funding that we're going to hopefully realize is contingent on renewable natural gas, which currently is at double regular natural gas for costing. And that was a question that we asked the consultants when we were going through that energy study, is currently that's what the market is set at, but we're not sure if that's going to be sustainable, if that will, increase. And not only that, but we know that our facilities will be dependent on natural gas. We can't go 100% electrified. We'll have to upgrade all of our main power sources, which is potentially feasible in the three centers, three locations. But we do depend on electricity 100%. Then we would be subject to service disruptions if there was a service disruption in the electrification. But the conversation about renewable natural gas is one of those that we'll have to answer in the future.
Thank you. Declare Co, last comment.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just really quickly, I just want to bring us back to the heady days of 2023 when we did our strategic plan. We took climate and ideology out of the strategic plan, and energy efficiency was the focus. So I think if we look at it through that lens, it's a much more practical conversation.
Thank you. So we will have another report next month. We're going to move on. 5.3.1 Erickson water metering award. Who would like to make that motion? Thank you, Roger.
So in regards to the resolution of awarding the Erickson water metering phase 1 project, all vote weighted. The board award the Erickson metering phase 1 installation project to Valhalla Hydrovac Limited, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents to a maximum bid value of $198,840, subject to the approval of a permit to construct, use, and maintain works within the right-of-way of the provincial public highway by Ministry of Transportation and Transit. Further that the forest account portion of the contract not exceed board approved funds for the project in 2025 financial plan, and that the cost be paid from service to S250 Water Utility Erickson.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Cunningham, go ahead.
Yeah, how many hookups do we have for that much money?
I believe it's in the report. Go ahead, Uli.
The total amount of connections is well over 500, but this contract specifically is only for less than 100.
Thank you. It's a two-phase project, so they're identified which one's which.
That's why.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. For information, so information request, this is Cherie. I did see you on there. There you are. Hello. So this policy is being received for information. I believe the request for feedback is August 4th. Was that the date?
I think August 1st, so that we can get it to the August board.
Okay, great. So directors, you've received it. Best if you send in your further input. If you need to say it now, go ahead, but you do have the opportunity to provide feedback direct to Cherie and they would present anything counter. Go ahead.
I do want to put this out there because, we need to have a conversation and not find out what was filtered later.
Okay.
There's two terms in here, the frivolous and vexatious tests. And my serious thoughts are we should remove frivolous. Both of them make a judgment about somebody's attitude or intent. But I think when we look into frivolous, it's more a value judgment. And if you look at particular words that fall in there, under frivolous, is it a trivial item? What's the point of opening an argument which will take more time and effort back and forth with the constituent to be saying, oh, your request is frivolous? They say, why? Well, it's kind of trivial. They say, no, this is deeply important to me. I seriously want to know what are you doing. I would rather a test be more significant. Just remove frivolous. And if you go into the dictionary and look at frivolous, you can even say maybe it's humorous or joke or just ha. I don't want constituents to think that we're dishonoring their values. I want us to be able to, tell them and push back when we think that it is causing or tending to cause annoyance, frustration, worry, vexatious, the kind of definition there. The other concern I have is the more of these go back and forth, that's more pressure on CEO. Is your name twice in there? You make a decision when it's elevated to a higher priority, do it sooner, and then if there's some kind of adjudication, CEO or his designate will have to respond to this back and forth. I want it as simple as possible, and I'm not arguing with their constituents about their values or their level of importance, but we do call them out when we think they're actually vexatious. So hoping the next edition, if people say I'm wrong, don't change it, I'm hoping that'll change it.
Thank you. Cherie, do you have any comment or just proceed? Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, just as a note, I have taken some notes, so we will consider this for the next iteration, but feel free to email it to me as well if you'd like. And regarding the term frivolous, that term is actually taken from the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. There are similar methods within FOIPA that frivolous and vexatious requests can be disregarded, I guess, in terms of using the OIPC, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. So that's where the terminology comes from. It's not something that we created in sense like a value judgment on, but it's great feedback. So thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up, it should then reference frivolous as defined by the whatever act, so we don't get into a back and forth of value judgment versus another authority having established
a definition. Okay, I saw Cherie nodding on that one.
Thank you. So I've read over this policy a couple of times and trying to, if I was I am a taxpayer. If I was going to go in and phone in and say, I want information about this. Right now, what I understand is I can go to multiple different managers and ask the same question. But it doesn't, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't take me to one person and that person direct the question. So we get away from that. Is that not what our intent was going to be, or am I missing something? Through the chair.
Through the chair, that's more about procedure and process internally than it would be in the policy.
Okay.
We do have instances where it is difficult to try to manage that because we'll get requests that almost get spider webbed out. They get sent to 4 people individually.
Okay.
And those individuals think they're the only one working on the request. Meanwhile, we've got 5 staff members looking for the same information, and duplicating efforts. So that's something we're doing internally to try to coordinate the request centralization to make sure that everybody's aware. Yeah.
So it's just not in this policy.
It's not part of the policy.
Thank you.
It's more procedure.
I thought it was
Yeah, and I believe the report, I believe there's a report attached to this. I recall that was the policies first, but they were trying to identify that then procedurally we will identify ways to mitigate that. So it was acknowledged.
No,
through the chair confirming that that's correct. There's a procedural guideline that accompanies this is for internal staff purposes.
Okay, great.
Address that issue specifically.
Okay, further input can be sent into Cherie by August 1st. Thank you so much, Cherie. Good to see you. Proposed upgrades to the quarterly report. Is this, Mike, remind me, was this also one where you're continuing to receive information, or you've done quite a bit on this one? So what's the process on this one again? I believe in January, we will see the new design.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So, as
Just
promised,
come up a little bit. Thank you.
through the chair as promised, I believe at the last board meeting or the one before that, that we would be providing the board some information on how this was going to roll out and a draft of what this would look like. So there's been a significant amount of staff effort put into this. We've landed on an appropriate tool and are now developing that tool within the office or the Microsoft 365 environment and looking at our internal processes, which is going to take some time. So the schedule there is sort of the most realistic scenario for having the group working on. But if there's any, I'll take questions if there's anything specific directors want to know.
Great.
And sorry, just to also note that the attachment B, which shows the sort of card format for the new entries, that's very much a draft form. That was an output of the tool that we had built for testing purposes, but we're certainly going to optimize that more for the final version.
Okay, thanks. Grant?
And thank you. So through the chair, I really like this. I think this is a step in the right direction, compared to what we're using now. So my question now, would be like, I know I've asked for this in the past, but I'm just gonna throw it out there again, like, it's still the volume of what's on the work plan. And are we going to, as directors, sit down and go through this thing and see if we can get rid of some of these items or visit them or whatever the process is to deal with it, instead of just adding to it?
Through the chair, I think I'd say that as part of the migration to the new tool, in addition, we are working on a prioritization matrix for the board in terms of assessing the priority of various projects, particularly within the same department, that with all that work, the board should get a chance to be able to not only see suggestions from staff based on the time since this was introduced or capacity or changing circumstances, but then also have directors a chance to give directors a chance to look at their projects in their areas and see whether or not there's things they wanted to take onto the list. Yeah.
And I recall that in the report too, that there's the matrix component. What was the cue that was going to kind of come to us roughly?
Through the chair in the report, it's early 2026 is when that would be complete. And then the report also describes that through 2026, there would be a structured approach to assess the totality of the work that's in there and make some decisions about what to do about low priority or action items.
Okay, great. Okay. That's it. Thanks, Mike. Okay, David, your question is on discretionary or development?
My question is, when are we going to get our grants replenished, I guess, through the chair, like DG and community development? Is that in August? Is that when it happens through the chair?
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think that's actually pretty close to now. It's usually mid-year that we get the amount from Columbia Power. So it should be any time now. I'll double check that, but it's right around this time of year. It's before August for sure.
Okay, chair supplemental.
Yeah.
And discretionary grants, that's through our taxation. So when will that happen?
Through the chair, August 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you. So your summaries in August should reflect both of them, I would assume. Okay, I'm going to go to Pop-Off because he has two needs. So with the discretionary, go ahead. You're going to move it with the removal of?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move approval of the discretionary grants for removal of Area H Red Mountain residence application in the amount of 1,300 and Area K Kootenai Mountain biking application amount of 3,000.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion? Yeah.
I'll just note that it was just coming from the following account.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then same for community development. Pop-Up, go ahead.
Yes, I move approval of the community development grant with the removal of the following. Is Area H Spokane Valley Historical Society application amount of 1,500.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and then go ahead.
So that one wasn't added.
Was it development you were under or discretionary?
No, development. I don't have discretionary.
So the Selmo development grant did not make it?
I reached out multiple times. I asked yesterday if I should go forward and I never heard anything back.
Okay, so it'll come in August.
Okay. Can I just, I'll ask her after.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ready grant, I'll move this one because this was a mistitle through the Lardo Valley. I think, Mayor Hewitt, you can see. Yeah, okay, so I'll move it. Do you want to second it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Chair and CAO report. The one item that I did attend again, so I am the appointee on the Emergency Disaster Mitigation Act Provincial Committee. We had another meeting a couple of weeks ago. And we reviewed more about the risk assessments. We reviewed the feedback through the two webinars that were hosted for all the elected officials. And it looks to be that the regulations will be coming to us to review, but I do have to sign an NDA and I won't be able to talk about them, but I'll get to review them. We have asked specifically that they do not consult with us or staff over the months of August and September, given emergency season. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. Their goal is to have them out in December. There were conversations around their assumptions around our ability to get that into our budgets by March, and we did push back quite hard and had to explain to them how our budget season works and that we need at least a year for consideration. We also need to look at grants and requirements. So it's a very interesting committee in terms of it's a mix of staff and elected officials. And I'll just say that we're saying a lot of the similar things, so it makes a big difference to how EMCR and UBCM receives that. So I do share my notes with Stuart and Dan after the meeting. So it was one thing I attended. There was another invitation that Vice Chair McLaren Co is going to either attend or pop off for the Sandon area. That's coming up next week. And that was all as chair, short of anything that you guys reach out to me directly about. Any questions for me, Vandenberg?
Sorry, thank you. Sandon, I didn't catch the reference to Sandon.
There was, so if I get an invitation as chair to an event, I would let you know. So I'm speaking as chair. I was invited to, it's a Japanese internment camp memorial celebration in Area H. I'm not available, so I asked Vice Chair McLaren Co if he can attend, which is generally how we do it. He also attended an event in June on my behalf. And it's between either Pop-Off or McLaren Co. They'll both be there.
Thank you.
It's just letting you know of an event.
I'll be in that area, that's why I'm kind of.
Oh, okay. Well, we can forward you the information.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Vacation.
No vacation, okay. Any other questions for me at this time? Oh yeah, one other thing, we did get a response from a chair and CAO. I just got this yesterday, so my apologies, but we did ask at the chair and CAO forum about ALR land. They were talking about housing. And I had raised, well, if there's so much land in the ALR that's not arable, like class 5 to 7 land, can we look at that being freed up? And they said they'd take the question away. So we finally got a response. Edge of your seat. The response is the ALR is managed by the ALC and you have to talk to them. So yeah, that's my response to him. Okay. Yeah.
But through the chair, I was actually going to mention that because it's July 17th and that meeting is in April.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have anything in open.
Okay. Okay, Rule Affairs Committee, over to you, Director Jackman.
Sure. Nobody's gonna ask any questions about how this was missed. However, I'd like to move a recommendation, although get the responsible dog ownership bylaw 3009/2025, we read first time by content and sent to me to review. And further as listed.
Thank you. Second, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
So, to the detail, so from yesterday, lots of recommendations. I'm proposing to block a few of them instead of reading them out. They're here in front of you, they're online for people to read. So I'd like to move the first two recommendations as the block. these are both with respect to the same property in Metro Area G. Nuisance action regarding the property owner user. First recommendation being around the compliance agreement and actions related to that, and the second one around another compliance agreement and actions as described. Move those as a block. Forward.
Thank you. You do not want those moved as a block, Cunningham?
No, because I think there needs to be a change to the second one.
I will move the first one. That's the compliance agreement around the southerly number 3 dangerous structure at 605 Cedar Avenue, requiring Mr. User to erect a construction fence around the structure from height 120 meters by the first. And then the structure to be removed or remediated to the state cottage regional nuisance bylaw 2043 by September 1st, 2026.
Thank you. You second that? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Perhaps before moving the second one, what is the change you would like on the second one, Member Cunningham?
Thank you, sure. And it was discussed, but it's not in here. There are two things. I understand that the user has applied for a demolition permit for that number 2. I also understand there's a question with the assessment for lead paint that needs to be done before that machine and that building will be torn down or moved. And if those two things don't happen in time, by say September 30th, which is 6 weeks away, and we will tear the building down. Are we going to tear it down without a demolition permit, or are we going to worry about? I have a problem with this. We rewrite it so it will reflect the things that we discussed in the.
Is it right, Chair?
Go ahead, Chair of that committee.
So we discussed later dates. October 31st, staff's concern was we may be getting into an issue of push shove and start to snow, escalate the cost, de-escalate the cost, but against taxation. Nobody wins in that situation. September 30th allows staff time to come back to us in September back if in fact there is no permit, no sign of a permit being approved based on the third party hazardous material report not being available, and we can defer it then. So I think the whole point is September 30th is we don't push into the snow, we keep the pressure.
And it comes back to RAC after September 30th.
Come back to RAC if staff sees a problem meeting these deadlines based on third party reports required. So I thought that was the committee's will, September 30th, and the other officer revisited in September.
Okay.
Yes, in that case, I'll second it.
So moved as
written, seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Third one of 96 resolutions recommendation. No. Okay, I'd like to block these next two if permissible. They're both development permit applications, both board to approve. One is in Area B, EDP for property owner Raymond. The other one is in electoral area J, EDP for property owner Plain. That properties as described, both all movements of law.
Thank you. Seconded Vandenberg. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I think that the individual anyway, so this is arising from a temporary use permit request from Porcupine Wood Products Limited, electoral area G. You're required to do this. I move the board direct staff to provide notification of the board's intent to consider a temporary use permit T2501G application by Porcupine Wood Products for the property as described.
You second that?
Yes, I'll second that, and I'd like to speak to it.
Yes.
Okay, so we pointed out that this is the second temporary use permit that is on this property. And in fact, the first one was already had one extension. That's all you're allowed on temporary use permits. So it's the second time asking for a full temporary use permit. That will go through the normal procedures. And for that, will be, if you still wish, they can apply for another one. Seems to be an ongoing thing, but it does ensure our community participation.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So the next two I will move to first because it's a bylaw and I can't move the next one because I named it. So I move, this is electoral area A, Willoughby Creek Development Incorporated, land use bylaw amendment. I move first and second reading and referral to a public hearing for the
Thank you. We have a second. Thank you, Telegraph. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll move your next motion for you. It's on the floor. This is to delegate authority to Director Jackman for that public hearing. Do I have a second? Thank you, Pennegraph. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one. Yeah, I think it's the best standalone. So this one from all vote, this is a land use bylaw amendment on Jane and William near Chuck. Your electoral area J. I move first, second, and third reading of zoning bylaw number 16, of bylaw number 303125 to amend zoning bylaw 1675-2004.
Thank you. Second, thank you. Discussion.
If I'm like, well, some of these don't require public hearing, the OCP, public hearing, that's where we're going straight to third reading.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one also is calling for third reading because we're not allowed to have a public hearing, so that's what we're third reading. So the next one is land use bylaw amendment, Aqua Development Services, RDCK. I moved the RDCK zoning amendment bylaw 3032-2025. Bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 1675-2004. He's getting for second, third reading.
Thank you, Weatherhead. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Sadie, you are welcome to come in. This is Sadie. We get to see Sadie a lot at Rural Affairs. Thank you for being here.
Keeping an eye on the Rural Affairs chair, so don't miss it.
Yeah, good job.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
6.1, that's fine. Okay, next one, I'll vote. Community Heritage Register, Burton Historical Cemetery, RDCK. I move the board approve the inclusion of the Burton Historical Cemetery as identified in the registry.
Thank you. Second, Weatherhead, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
We already talked about this next item. This is all vote weighted to do with contract award. This is subdivision bylaw review, all electoral areas. The board approved RDCK entry into a consulting services agreement with Urban Systems for subdivision bylaw review project or further chair of corporate officer authorized to sign the maximum value of $97,756, excluding GST and further funds paid as service S104.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Graham. Discussion.
You already talked about it together.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I should say the chair allowed us to talk about it together.
There was no motion on
Yeah,
this next
so
one.
the next one is missing some. So the next one, if you go to the minutes, item 711, this arises out of 7.11. We moved, seconded, and resolved with the following motion referred to the August 20th, 2025 Rural Affairs Committee, and then the wording here. So it's missing the referral.
But it shouldn't even be at this table. It's referred back to August
So
RAC.
it is not to us, it's
Yeah.
to RAC.
Thank you.
We put no action.
It doesn't come to this table.
Yeah.
It was just an error to be included on our agenda. So it'll be at.
So through the chair, you just move past it, move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the words I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, I can refer to RAC. Okay, next year I'd like to move as a block in all community works fund applications. One is water system assessment area B, next one is Skokie Community Club solar array area K. Solar array is two words that it's not in this K. And the third one is the Terry's Fire Hall infrastructure upgrade electoral area I. The amounts described each from their own locally allocated funds. Move them as a block.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Running out of pages to turn. So this arises from item 12.1 and actually refers back to the 6.1 of this agenda, responsible dog ownership bylaw. Oops. So
Bye, Sadie.
so okay. I haven't made any mistakes yet. So this was the bylaw reads in reference to electoral areas A, B, C, and H, regular little preamble. The point of this bylaw is to establish the ability to go through a process that I think is much needed, area by area, to look at what do we do with the dogs that are deemed as dangerous or threatening. And this bylaw could include like other electoral areas. There's a work done by Pompeu already, but if we pass this bylaw, then we can implement we can enact locally safe areas A, B, and C, something very specific, cost development impacts next year. So we're looking for a little guidance again, maybe from the CAO. Can we move this and then propose it amending to include a couple other electoral areas that have consequence? And then those work plans or those that work done by Tom Dool would follow something.
Yep, through the chair you could. Yep, through second reading you can still amend it before third. So there's still changes that can be made this before you go to third reading. You can embed it down the road, and we could add those service case analysis after A, B, and C as opposed to including it. Sorry, A, B, C, and H as opposed to including them all together. We definitely could separate them and move them further down the road, simply because the ABCH work is almost complete.
I did understand from Tom yesterday that if we added ourselves now, that the service case analysis is not related to those inclusions. So that do this, here's the template, and then we can go ahead and then request service case analysis for the others that want to be included.
So we could move this as it reads, and then we can amend it to include within the scope of this bylaw electoral area E, density in another area.
Procedurally, I just think we would have to first move a service case analysis request for those areas, because this one is currently based on the service case analysis of those areas. So I would not amend it until we've done that other work, which is why I'd say you go ahead with this as is, and then we can go ahead and say, can we get service case analysis? It works for us, then we'll be added.
It's straight up, we have I move for responsible dog ownership bylaw number 3009/2025 be read a second time by conference.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Several discussion. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Where do we go with the third reading on this, potentially? Is it a time thing? Did we get stuck on that? We can't do this at third reading. Do we want to do a third reading?
Through the chair, you could do a third reading. The second just leaves it open for further edits if you had anything to change before third reading. You move third reading now, you want to change it, you got to rescind third reading and bring it back to second reading. So it's just a process thing, mainly because of the steps we've had to get there. We wanted to make sure that, okay, if you had another month to digest this and wanted to make a change, it's much easier to do that before third reading.
So can I ask, is it expedient for us to consider third reading at this point?
Only if you don't want to make changes. If you want to make changes, we're adding more work to the other end. And I believe Dr. Jackman had an edit he needed to make in it, which was why it was proposed at second reading.
Costing and the schedules, I felt was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd say second reading next month. We can do third as long as those changes have been made.
Thank you.
Okay. Further? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, Director Main, I'm gonna go to public time because I don't think this will be a 2-minute motion. I mean, it could be. Well, okay, let's go ahead. You wanted to do just a quick, there was a call out from FCM. You can read that, and then I'll go to Director Papa.
Okay, so you have the motion. It has been, excuse me, distributed previously, and it awaits a mover and seconder. On Monday, the actual call went out from FCM via their communique that reads, apply to become an on-board member for FCM standing committees and forums. Invited to apply for one of up to 14 positions to serve on select policy committees and forums that contribute to the work of the FCM board. The president makes committee appointments based on applicants' experience, expertise, and interests, as well as the need for regional, community side, and demographic representation on each committee. New this year, pursuant to the non-board committee member appointment policy passed in May, all appointments will take into consideration other diversity factors that will contribute to ensuring that board committees are representative of Canada. And I'm asking you for your support.
Sorry, birds. I'm flying into our windows. Sorry.
For me to apply to sit on FCM committees again continuing the work that I have been engaged in with FCM on our behalf for the last going on 11 years.
Thank you. So Director Popoff, you wanted to?
Yeah, I will move the recommendation that the board endorse Director Main to apply for selection to serve on FCM standing committees and forums for the period starting in September 2025 and ending in June 2027. And be further resolved that the board assume all costs associated with Director Main attending FCM standing committee and board of directors meetings.
Thank you. I think there's just one small edit with the cost to be paid from S100 General Administration, just so we know where it's coming from. Is that seconded?
Yeah.
Second for discussion, go ahead, Cunningham.
Thank you. And as should be pointed out, we've had Director Gaines excellent advice for quite a number of years, and this kind of thing's cumulative, so I certainly support it. But also, 50% of meetings are now virtual, so that will have the cost of last year by 50%. So I certainly think we're getting more of a bargain than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Weatherhead and then Paige.
Thank you, through the chair. As this overlaps into, another term, how does that get factored in?
I believe in the past it has done that. We've had appointees where then the election comes and they're not there, so they're just no longer members as far as I know, because you're no longer elected.
That's correct. In the interim, FCM has changed the terms to be 2 years instead of 1 year. So in effect, this will just take it up to the coming civic election.
But I think for clarification, if Director Main is still in the seat, her term with FCM continues until that date. So not reelected, she's no longer the rep. Reelected, she remains until that term ends. Further sorry, I had Paige and then Hewitt.
I don't wanna complicate this, but I was also hoping to put my name in, and I started seeing the communication on Monday, and I don't want to necessarily compete with Maine, but there are considerations that I wanted to put my name for instead. So I could ask for an amendment to put both our names in there.
I don't know that we can, the agenda came out last Friday, so I think you could have as well requested a motion and then we would have been debating the two motions. Further to that, I don't know that a board can actually appoint more than one person to a committee.
These are appointments.
Well,
This is
their
to apply
application.
for appointment. Correct. And if I may, Director Page would have enough opportunity bringing his resolution for endorsement to the August RDCK meeting. And if you like, after this vote, I can show you how that process would work.
So I think, Director Page, if you want to be nominated as another application, you should ask another director to nominate you to do that. I don't know that you can amend your own amendment to that motion.
Sure.
Okay, and great to pre-plan this kind of stuff. It's really helpful for the table. So next on the list was, I had Hewitt and then McFadden. Oh, there's the list. Sorry, go ahead, Hewitt.
All right, just for clarification on the date, in the sample resolution, it says that it must be until at least June 2027. That's an FCM rule, that even though they know that it's gonna span over the election period, that's what they're saying. So that's why the date is odd.
Okay. McFadden.
Yeah, I just would love if anyone from staff has a refresher and I have a couple comments on. We've talked about a policy on this a few times, and I don't know where we've landed about how many, what that looks like from this table we are representing, what is our procedure, for the exact reasons that Director Page, because if we're debating now, we only, let's say philosophically, only want to put one person there for costs, and now we have to make a decision on one, but there might be more. Like, I'm wondering where the policy on this, which we've talked about a few times, is landing. Do we have clarity on when that's coming?
Thanks. We did. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, admittedly, it's way down the bottom of the priority list. The reason the policy was suggested by the board was not for a situation with Director Hewitt being on the board and Director Main being on the committee. Actually, previously, for a number of years, the roles were switched and the board supported Director Main as a board representative and Director Hewitt on the committees. It was when it came forward where both individuals wanted to be on the board, and that's where the policy discussion came out of it. Granted, with Director Page now coming forward and asking for 2 representatives potentially on committees, we are again in that same situation. So we can try to expedite that. Really what happens is it tries to get to the top of the list and these come forward and then it quiets down and falls to the bottom of the list. And next thing you know, we're in FCM appointment range again and we've got to scramble. So we'll try to deal with that this fall.
Yes. Yeah, I haven't seen, actually, to be honest, I'm sitting here and I've tried to weigh it out. I haven't seen tremendous benefit from FCM and as a like whole, yes, I guess, in some cases, but just us having a voice there, I'm not sure it really matters. And so then I become this balancing act of, is it worth our money, especially if we're now talking about 1, 2, there's just not enough clarity for me. I can't support sending anyone more than 1 person from this table on anything for FCM. I would wrestle even sending 1 person if it's our benefit. I just haven't seen the benefit for our money. So I can't support it, especially with the ambiguity around how many and what we're doing and who and
Okay. Let's try. I apologize because I was not anticipating there would be another person that we'd enter this conversation. We're now 5 minutes past public time and we now have 2 more speakers. So I'm going to request you be as brief as possible. McLaren Hill.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm going to build a bit off of Director McFadden's comments because I think to be, I guess, frank, this is all kind of sloppy. Like if we had a policy structure around this, I'd feel much more comfortable because it takes the personalities out of it. If we as a board could have a discussion about what is the value to us as a board? Do we want 1 person on that we hopefully goes to the board of FCM and then 1 person on committees and have some kind of succession, training somebody to move up through the ranks. With Director Page's comment about putting his name in, well, we could all put our names in, right? Yeah. And then why in this situation do we have kind of these ad hoc one-off motions when we, like in every other appointment, we have a board-wide discussion about who would like a role or a position. So I don't, absent and the other policy discussions we had before from last year, the year before, that still are unresolved. So absent that policy, I don't support the motion as it stands, but respectfully and with the indulgence of the mover, if I would refer this to August, because then it's still within the timeline and we could have a more robust instead of last minute discussion about whether it's Keith or Leah or other people.
Just knowing we would not have a policy at that point, it'd just be the same discussion again. By all means, if you want to refer it. We need to either refer it, vote on it, or move on.
Well, I'll make a motion for referral in August.
Chair, I would prefer to speak before the motion referral.
Okay, speak. Go. Sorry.
If I may, with all due respect to the directors that mentioned they don't see any benefit from it or whatever, I attended the last FCM and there is a definite benefit to sending people there to be on their board of directors or on their committees. But this is the first year that I've seen that the FCMs that are being dedicated to larger municipalities over 100,000. There was a lot of rural information in there, and that as a result of sending directors from different boards that we have or different municipalities that are under the population of 100,000. It's turning towards where the rural people do have a say. There were workshops on rural that I attended that were never there before. So there is a definite benefit derived for a small regional district like us to send 2 people to FCM to serve on their board of directors or their forum.
Thank you. Back to you, McLaren Co.
Okay, so I move referral to August.
Is there a second? Thank you. On referral, we know we have the times. All those in favor? Opposed? 1, 2, 3 opposed. Thank you. That is referred to August. All right, and I do apologize to the public or anyone that was waiting to ask us a question. If you would like to ask us a question, it is now public time. You can unmute. We do not have anybody in the room. Asking one more time. Well, Councillor Woodward, you're fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well then. Hard to tell. Anticipating there's more people on there. I thought we had more questions. Okay, then let's do the consent agenda. There was, so this is, I'm gonna do something and then tell you when you do this, just email it in, but I wanna make sure, the conservation minutes and include me as present and absent, and I am absent. I was not at that meeting.
The 8.1.
Yes, thank you. And for process wise, is it better just to send that to you and the meeting coordinator in general?
No, I can refer it to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to put on the consent agenda?
Oh,
Hannah Graff, go ahead.
sorry, I just noticed, I apologize, Howie Littleton is no longer on the Area J Advisory Land and Heritage Committee, and yet she shows up as a commission member in minutes, so we could, sorry.
That's okay, if you.
So through the chair, was she recently removed or was she removed before the June meeting?
She was removed before, we agreed to send her a letter, I think, last month.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry, the name again?
Howie Littleton.
Those minutes are from June 11th.
So that, through the chair, that would have been before.
Or we removed her.
It was the May board meeting, she was removed.
Okay.
We sent her a letter, I mean, I think.
Okay,
she was
thanks.
on before that.
Okay, directors, we do have verbal reports this month. We can not do them in 4 minutes. But we can take a break for lunch and then come back and that's where we will start. Okay? We just did it. We just went through those components. Nobody wanted to pull anything as far as I could see in terms of hands and chat. No one put their hand up, minus Hannah Graff, so we're good. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. We'll come back and we'll be at verbal report. Thank you.
Did I speak? Because I was the only
I'm not kidding. You don't need to do that.
Recording stopped.
Give Director Hennegraaff the mic, please. Check one.
This thing working?
Okay.
Are we unmuted? And, oh, we are. Director Davidoff, hi, I saw you there. Do you wanna, down your track?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, I can hear you. Director Lockwood, thank you. I didn't know you were gonna head home for the afternoon. How are you doing? You got good sound? Thank you. Director Casely, how's your sound? Thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you. Right.
Recording in progress.
And then, soon as you move the open board meeting.
We are recording.
Yeah, I just need the open board meeting thing taken down. Is it stuck? Oh, Jess is with us too. Is that just stuck, Ange?
Sorry, this side of the table's cleared out pretty thin.
Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Hi, Jess. How's your sound?
Good, I can hear you well, thanks.
Okay, great. And directors online, I really do appreciate when your cameras are on. It makes a big difference for us to track. Like if you disappear but your camera was off, we might not know you have an IT issue. So please just keep your cameras on all the time. But if you can't, put it in chat that you're having an IT issue, and then we'll know. Thank you. So we are reconvening. We are at director's reports. This is a month of doing verbal reports. Would we like to do verbal reports? All right, let's go ahead with Jackman, put your hand up. You are the first on when I go through the written list, so go ahead.
Just one in case you're bored, Star Valley Jam, Friday evening, Saturday, Sunday. I got all the names of the groups, I don't know any of them, but it can be kind of fun. Friday evenings, I find a little more laid back. Sunday is the day of taking my grandsons there. We have ferry service. So we back and forth. We even have boat ferries running in the middle of the day. Just something to think about if you want to zip across to the East Shore. Star Valley is underway this weekend. But that's all.
Okay. Director Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Well, much of what I've been doing, I can't talk about. But I guess I've supported the Kitchener Community Association in their request to upgrade their water system. It was very much appreciated. The board voted in favor of that community works project. Supported other community parks down in the canyon. Well, I flipped pancakes all of July 1st, and that was fun. And yeah, just many meetings, enjoying it, and that's about all I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. Not a lot, as Director Tierney said, few things can't talk about, but spending some good quality time with the Goat River Residency Association, Diking Society, that is very much committed into the revamp of bylaws and their constitution, which is really good news for us and for them. And not too long ago, we had the Food Policy Council AGM in Selmo. And I will say, too bad Diane is not here right now, but that, oh, there she is. Your golf course there is intriguing, and I can't wait to get up there to utilize it. So it was a nice little find, if you will. And I guess the other thing is related to the hospital board work that we're doing. It's the cost of building the assets and facilities now are insurmountable and astronomical, and it's really hard to digest. The cost of putting together rooms at $1.5 million a piece sort of thing. It's just, it's unwavering. It's difficult to not force yourself to take a step back and ask the question, what are we trying to do here? What is driving all this? And what's this going to be like in 5, 10, 15, 20 years? So just, I'm sure that Director Jackman may opt in on that a little bit, but it's very eye-opening. So that's all I have.
Thank you. I'll go last. Graham.
So in Area E, we do have the ferry running normally again, thank goodness. Nelson County Lake Tourism did a come back to the ferry marketing campaign in spring that was kind of good, but the ferry went into refit at the same time, so that was a little bit of a snag. The Etsy campaign that they applied for was approved, and I haven't heard back from Peter exactly on what's going to be happening with that program. I went to the Blewett Society AGM. It was at the Blewett Fire Hall, so I got a double duty, got to see the fire chief out there at the same time. And they've got lots of interesting projects coming up, a lot of them interface with Area F. Attended a BDBHA mixer. They had a good turnout. I used to be a director on that for 6 years. Golfer Days was a really good success. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't super hot. Usually it's very, very hot that day, so it was really good. We've got a farmer's market. If anybody has never been to Sunshine Bay Park over in Harrop Proctor, there is a farmer's market every Sunday morning from 9 to noon, and it's really quite lovely. So if you get a chance, I would invite you to come to that. Our new daycare is moving along. We haven't broken ground yet, but there's been some money coming forward to the Golf Recreation Commission, and that is a $2.3 million facility. So, I want to quick throw out here to my road manager, Heidi Foxnikoff, because I've had several this time of year. There's a lot of people around, several complaints on the roads. Old vehicles being parked on the side of the road, people living in them, whatever. Heidi is taking care of everything I've asked her to do, and I'm stoked. I want to say thank you to her. And lastly, our Area E newsletter has joined up now with Area F, and that's going really well. Like I kind of thought we might have some months where people might not have liked it, but it's actually gone really smooth, and it's a lot of fun working with Tom. And we're just having a lot of feedback. And we do have West Shore Leisure Advancement who is finding all the activities and putting that stuff all together. So it's taken a real load off my shoulders in terms of how much that is, because it does go up weekly. So that's all I have.
Nice. Newell, Director Cunningham.
Well, thank you. Been busy, of course, ever since FCM. Been busy. And just going back, I know FCM is quite a ways back down, but I don't think we've had a group thing like this since then. But, however, I really enjoyed FCM this year. I had a chance to talk to a number of ministers and deputy ministers on the side about personal projects. Two things that would help my area. I got some promises for some plans, which is nice, you know. But also promises how you listen. If you're interested in, without mentioning names, this will be released you know, and they gave me the date, which is very, very nice, because I know that if we're shovel ready and we get our projects in, the day they announce that it's open, we have a better chance of getting our project, whatever it is. And I'd like to point out that having been president of FCM and president of UECM, that works for most projects. Most projects are oversubscribed by a factor of 6 to 1. The chance of getting it is 1 in 6 on most of the bigger projects. Primer's been successful in every one, mainly because we have a shovel-ready project going out and into their mailbox for 30 seconds after this thing's announced. Because what they do, of course, and having been on the project committees, I thought that they picked the best ones. No, they don't. They pick the first ones in the drawer that qualify. If you're qualified, you don't qualify, sorry, kid. That's the way it's done. And when all the project plan's gone, it's gone. And I think that we should realize that. And sort of, my suggestion to others, make sure you're on the ball and you get the applications for projects and let us go our statistics as fast as we'll take care of you. Thank you.
Little wheels. Director Popoff.
Yeah, yes, it's been a busy summer for me. I've been talking to organizations that were formed as a result of the wildfires that we had in the Spokane Valley, and the training required contact information and ensuring that they consult the BC Wildfire Service before they go out there and do anything about any wildfire in the area. And then the concern being is that BC Wildfire got a helicopter out there dropping water, and they're out there trying to put out fires, somebody's going to get hurt. So I've dealt with the trail societies in the Spokane Valley, all the issues that they have, funding that they require, and what services they provide, and how they maintain the trails. Also, well, what else could I do? There's a request for an inclusion in the fire service. That will go petition process to be included in there. They're within the coverage area, but they excluded themselves when we went through the process of trying to establish who wants to be included in the fire service. Now they want to be included. And a considerable amount of tax inquiries. Why are they increasing taxes? The substantial increases in taxes. And I had a hard time explaining the exact situation, so I did refer them to our tax department and had our finance people, respond to them. And then I've attended BC Seniors Advocate meeting in Castlegar, Dan Levitt, and I've actually met him at UBCM when I was at UBCM. So we had a good conversation there, and he outlined what the Seniors Advocate is doing for the areas, and he was in the Cranbrook area and the Castlegar area, and I guess Gary was part of that meeting that was there. And then a lot of dog issues, calls about aggressive dogs that are out there biting people, and my referral was to the RCMP because we don't have a dog control bylaw, as it'll be happening soon, and that's what I've been telling my residents for the last 3 years, and finally I'm glad it's getting there. So and other issues, but I'll stop with that.
Director Davidoff.
Thank you, Chair. Glade 32nd Annual Glade Fishing Derby, July 25th, 26th. Registration and weigh on Friday and weigh in on Saturday as well. Saturday night, music by Gin Road, raffle prizes, great food, cold drinks, live music. Just one event happening in Area I. Working in Shiracres on trying to do something about improving their seal-coated roads to at least maybe have a bike lane for active transportation, a walking lane. Huge gopher issues in our area. So I've actually asked Stuart to look into, has anybody got a rodent control service anywhere? So we're kind of looking at that. And we're gonna try and do some work on our historic Thrum Cemetery to pay some respect to all the people, all the pioneers that initially populated our area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Hanegraaff.
So last month I told you Ken Jim was coming. It came and it was almost too successful in a lot of ways because they fed, I think, I don't know, 800 people or so, which resulted in really long lineups in the heat. The music was awesome. The food was awesome. The lineups were definitely not awesome. And then 2 days later, I was able to work with the city on the Canada Day celebration where we served over 1,000 burgers and things in about 2.5 hours. So in Castlegar was the hottest place in Canada on Canada Day. In case you didn't know that. We were standing over barbecues. It was really, well, it could have been more fun. In my area, the Udashenia Hall, which is USCC Hall, has been sold, along with 9 acres. And so there's some real potential there to do some things for the community, so I'm talking to the new owner about possibilities, and we also have an opportunity in Robson for more childcare spaces, which
Nice.
I'm also working on. I mean, childcare is having such an impact on families, and I know that my area is not unique, or our region is not unique. It's just so needed, so really trying hard to explore every possibility and get things moving in conjunction with the Blueberry Creek people, so, yeah.
Director Weatherhead.
Oh, thank you. I won't talk about, and then there's a few things I will talk about. Okay, so the, we have a new, brigade, made up from some, people in the cusp and people in the Middle Park. We have 26 members that, just supported, training for their S100 and S185. This roving brigade will be able to connect to, Burton Brigade, so now that's four brigades that we have. 3 are community brigades, but it be related to their communities, but also all now in trained and ready for wildfire protection supports. The other interesting things, the Caribou pen, the maternity pen, the release. I think it probably just happened this week. I probably missed the actual release. So we had 8 out of the 10 females that were captured this year were pregnant. And we ended up with 7 calves, 1 stillborn. One of the 2-year-old actually had a very small low weight calf that had to get sent to a conservation center in Jasper because it was actually rejected by the mother. So they're hoping to keep this little thing still wild enough that they can reintroduce it to the maternity pen next year. And so anyways, we had 7 healthy releases. I think 4 of them were females, which was really good because last year it was all males, which isn't really helping build the population as much as females will. So anyways, yeah, that's about it. Just the usual support of all societies, supporting societies.
Thank you. Director McFadden.
Thanks. So for my chair for a couple committees here, I dealt with some stuff for transit. Still got some emails back about some of the changes around delivery stop and I don't know, one of the other stops. So dealing with some of those that we've talked a bit about, and a lot of inquiries around transit is there different possibilities for our region. So I'm doing some research on that. Talking with Tom and I have been looking at a few options and that stuff. That's been good. All rec, good, mostly good. I think our conversation and stuff last all rec, I think helped give some direction to staff and our specifically hockey teams. So we'll follow up with some of that, which has been good. On the city side, Director Pendergraft already talked about Canada Day, Can Jam, which were both great events, lots of fun. Yeah, we had a couple thousand people at Canada Day, which was super great and really very interesting to see a lot of those international people who have moved and how much they want to be a part of celebrating their new country. That was really cool to see, and so excited about that. On the city side, really quickly, I don't know if any of you noticed, hopefully some of you did, our art gallery is moving to our downtown core. They purchased the old nightclub building that was downtown and they're moving into that. So very excited. That has been a project in the works for a very long time that we couldn't talk about, trying to figure out how to support them. And so we're really excited for the downtown. The old decrepit building across the street from it that originally bought to put the art gallery, long story, it's gonna cost too much, is coming down as well this summer. So we're very happy. Cities just biting bullet and paying to get it done. And then hopefully it'll get redeveloped. We have a housing provider that is, I believe, putting intake in for housing there. Hopefully they get their funding. And then there will be some kind of community space, looking at daycare, looking at different options for that main floor space. Yeah, not a lot of other updates. I'm trying to think of the big ones. Our sewage treatment plant, get complaints every day. We're struggling. You talk about difference in weather temperatures and all the things, it's just caused a major issue at the substitute treatment plants and the neighborhoods all around it. So, yeah, trying to figure out solutions and none of them are cheap. Spent a lot of money and time on that. So yeah, that's about my world. It's all about treatment plants that I never thought I would know this much about. It's great.
Thanks, Dr. McFadden. Dr. Dumas.
Yeah, Canada Day went out to Canyon Park. They do a great fundraiser for the Canyon Park Association. So went out there and participate in those activities. This year for Canada Day for the town of Creston, we started asking the question because we're not, chances of doing fireworks are very slim every year. So started asking the question, what could we do that could be something a little different, that would be inclusive for our whole community, and that our Yakaniki community would be would like to come in and celebrate with us. So we started an event called the Taste for Creston, and it was an international food tasting venue event, and offered free tickets to the Yakaniki community, and we had many show up. So we're very, very pleased with that. And we had people standing in lines way too long. So we'll fix that next year. We had 400 people come through in 2 hours. So next year will be fun to plan that. Then we also have the July 5th, the Hop to Mine Hustle. I don't know if anybody's heard of that.
Yeah.
This is put on by the Libation Association, where people run 11 kilometers and stop at the vineyards and the brewery and drink. So, and then Millennium Park at the very end is a big celebration, a party. They had 300 people signed up, and half of them were from out of town. So that was pretty fun. So that was, oh, and I attended the Tanaha Nation Annual General Assembly yesterday. I was there for the days. That was great.
Beautiful. Dr. Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. Several things. I attended the grad ceremonies in Caslow and was able to present anniversaries on behalf of Village of Caslow, Columbia Basin Trust and Columbia Power. Next is we have some Canada Day programming. The library had their carnival again in Vinny Park, which is really a hit. It's the 3rd year. And then the Victorian Hospital Auxiliary Society did heritage walking tours and photos with the newest constable and his red surge. So that was also popular. Then the Historical Society did cake and entertainment on the SS Moye. We hosted the Super Track 6 in Caslow for the first leg, and there were 175 riders, so that was pretty intense. And from Caslow, they went to Denver and then to Rossland and ended in Salmo. And then we had, for the first year, it's called the Wild Ultra, and it was 3 days of running with different lengths of races, and very few, actually in both of those, very few locals. So a lot of people coming in from out of town, New Zealand, Australia, the Netherlands for the Super Track, and equally as many out of town people for the Wild Ultra. Next week is board meetings, CBT board meetings in Valemount. Castle Jazz Festival is coming up, through this long weekend. And Castle's birthday celebration and Citizen of the Year award presentation will happen in Legacy Park next to City Hall on August 15th.
Thank you. Director McLaren-Co.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of quick updates from the village. We have our waterfront master plan well underway, which was really well attended. So hopefully we'll have some great ideas about how to spruce up our waterfront. Some major upgrades to our wastewater treatment plant are ongoing, and we have some really kind of neat work being done on the trails at our Nikas Hot Springs, which are pretty cool. AKBLG, we've had several meetings in the past couple months with the new executive since the convention. FCM was since our last report, so it was actually there was a surprisingly reasonably good focus on rural stuff this time, so I was quite happy with that. There's some very interesting political speeches, given that we had just had a federal election. And one of the many highlights was a presentation on artificial intelligence and the implications for the government. I got to attend just behind me here about a month ago on behalf of the chair, the Air Cadet of 561 Squadron from Nelson here, their annual parade, which was really cool for me because I was an Air Cadet as a younger man, many decades ago. So that was anyway, I was really glad to have gone. I got to attend the Keeping It Rural conference in Kelowna about a month ago, and it was a nice juxtaposition, having just been at FCM in Ottawa with 3,000 or so candidates or delegates. This was a much more focused BC congregation of people. So Ken Coates is an excellent speaker. He's a professor in, I forget which university. And I got to speak on a panel, which was kind of neat. Selkirk College is closing a couple satellite offices, one in Caslow and one in Cusp. So I got to attend. I was unavailable for the Cusp space, so I went to Caslow and gave some feedback on that. And I'm pretty sure consultation is ongoing. The BC Hydro updates from a couple weeks ago are, at least for the Arrow Reservoir, our lake, are not ideal. Less water flow, less snowpack means lower water levels. And then, as Director Vandenberg said, I got to attend the Kootenay Food Council AGM in Salmo, and the golf course makes phenomenal food. So that was a bonus. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Page.
Yeah, big things that have gone on is the council has completed the rezoning of the property beside the NDCC, and also agreed to enter into a long-term lease with the Nelson Care Society for the development of the affordable housing project there. That wasn't a project we were able to collaborate on with the RDCK at this time, but the rest of that project has proceeded forward, and we'll figure out what kind of expansion can happen in the future at Rec 5. Along those means, the Wednesday market has been moved back to Baker Street now that the Transit Exchange has seen the completion of its construction. Still waiting for some shelters to go in, but so far it's had a great improvement in the flow downtown as buses now coming off the highway in various places, and the parking for 5 extra buses, and we'll start the renewal and the tear down of the old Transit Exchange in the coming weeks. And the Friday night market is coming up next Friday on the 25th. So mark your calendars when you're down the Silver Valley and you're not yet at Jazz Fest. You can come over to Nelson and be on Baker Street. And other than that, that's the only update I have for now.
Thank you. Director Casely.
Yeah, our new stage is finally finished, and we'll start Music in the Park in Centennial Park starting this Saturday and carry on through the summer. Our production wells are finished and up and running, and we're just decommissioning the last old pump house. And then our new sidewalk for our active transportation plan from the 10 unit housing project is just about 90% completed. It'll be in 2 weeks, should be all finished up. So it'll make a big difference coming for pedestrians to get from one side of the highway to the other. And that's about it.
Thanks, Director Casely. Director Lockwood.
Thank you. The one thing that I did want to remind everybody that lives around this area, Shambhala is next weekend. So if you are traveling through on the Monday after, so it's the not this coming weekend, but the next weekend. So the Monday and the Tuesday are the 2 big days that is held up on the traffic. Last year, we didn't even know it started. There was just nothing on the roads. So please make sure. The other thing that is, I've had a lot of inquiries about what board directors are on the different services that we provide here in Salmo and the Area G. So going forward, I'm gonna ask staff to be able to provide that so we can let the public know who is making decisions on behalf of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Director May.
Thank you. Going back to July 1st, Silverton celebrates July 1st. With a bang, so to speak. We had firework display, but I was able to ride our electric truck in the parade with flags flying. It was great. It was a lovely parade. I also was one of the judges in the Great Canadian Dog Show, which is just a very ragtag assemblage of everything from mutts to pedigrees and ridiculous prizes, and it was fun to be had by all. I also was able to attend the ONA fish release down at Slocan, and it was a multi-generational celebration that included Indigenous and non-Indigenous people and busfuls of school kids who all got to release some fish fry into the lake, and that was quite wonderful. I've been hearing a lot and from a lot of people about the lack of housing in the Silverton and New Denver area. There are people living rough in the woods. Thank goodness it's summer right now. It really is getting to be a much more noticeable problem. And I know there's nothing we can do about it in the immediate term, but it is definitely something that we have to pay attention to. I attended all of the regional district committee and commission meetings that I'm signed up on. It seemed like a real, a whole bunch of meetings and then a little bit of free time, and I'm really valuing my free time these days. My partner and I played music at an opening at the Hidden Garden Gallery, which is up and running for the summer. It's an uninsulated art space, so it only runs during the summer. And we are now preparing to play in Sandon on Saturday at the Window to the Past celebration, where there will be an interpretive exhibit on display that the artifacts for which were donated by Japanese Historical Society located in Vancouver. And there will be artifacts there that have not been displayed in this area previously, even though some of the people that those artifacts trace back to spent years living here. But the big draw, of course, is the music. Anyway, I look forward to that, and also look forward to having a few days of downtime in August, maybe. Like you, I'm busy, and sometimes I just can't remember all the things I've done.
Thanks, Director May. Director Lutton.
Can you see the effect?
Yes.
I was just loving hearing all the exciting stuff going on around the region. I love our verbal reports. In Slocan, as with everywhere across the region, we've got a lot going on due to the summer season. Our municipal campground is filling up or full on days. Our beach, we've just made it through high water, and that means debris comes up onto our beach and it causes lots of stress amongst some people and not others. But we've cleared that off. Our water plant made it through freshet. That's always a stressful time too. The Saturday market started up, and we have an annual skate jam that happens in June. In May, as Director Main mentioned, the ONA fish release happened. And in June, there was a Sinaiks youth paddling tour of their territory and barbecue that happened in Slocan. So that was great to attend. In terms of capital projects, our soccer field revitalization project is implemented, and we're just, it involved a separate intake and irrigation of non-treated water, plus resurfacing of the field. So that's been implemented. Our affordable housing project's on track to break ground in September. Thank you to RDCK for moving through our building permit quickly. So that's good. Interestingly, though, TELUS no longer connects via copper lines anymore. So that's become a bit of a thing. And yeah, a push for that last mile piece where technically SLOCAN is deemed served, even though we are sure not future proof. And then we have our Herald Street project. We're pushing that one to implement, and we're just looking at scoping, because as you all know, sometimes the whole cycle of planning, detailed design, receiving grants, and then the cost to implement, there's a big shift from the granting and planning phase to implementation. So we're just having to look at a potential rescope for that one. And that's about it.
Thanks, Director Lund. Hey, I'm last on the list in no particular order. Attended the BC Hydro Annual Operations online meeting. Nothing to report, same as before. Very boring, frankly. The rural affairs directors will know this part, and I'm sorry if I repeat myself a lot. Area D has 24 communities, about 4 hours from one end to the other. I currently have 6 communities that were identified that needed land use regulations about 4 years ago. I now have another 2 that are having extreme congestion. I believe it's related to the affordable housing because the housing tends to be a little cheaper in the rural parts, and now they're facing all sorts of issues, from water system issues to congestion issues to all sorts of things that we can't do anything about without land use regulation. So I'm doing my best to support them without those regulations, and eventually, if we get to regulations, hopefully they'll be served. We had another extensive power outage in the Lardo Valley where power lines were actually down and cut off a community for over 30 hours. And thanks to Dan Seguin, our staff, spent over 20, I believe, counted emails trying to ask BC Hydro who's going to let the community know and responders know that there's power lines down. They had no way of understanding what a non-fire service area looks like. Shocking, yes. Attended Columbia River Treaty Local Governments Committee a few times. I funded a youth wilderness first aid course and had 10 participants, and that was done through our local fire department. Hosted a mosquito service open house. Yes, we have 2 mosquito services, and the one in Pine Ridge, we did an open house and had the contractor come out and give you pro tips on how to do it within your home. We only treat public lands. So that was really well attended. Tax increases, getting a lot of those questions. I've been able to go through the rate per thousand for the last 3 years for every area and show that it's actually not increased at the same level their taxes are increasing, which helps them understand assessment increases. And I will attempt, or I assume I will see a lot of challenges going in the January intake for challenging your assessment. Wrapping up the grid stability project, that presentation was at CSLAC on Tuesday. Also working with Lynx, who led that project, working with Central Kootenay Food Policy Council and Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisor and Lynx to try and bring in a seed trailer. We've had a rotating seed trailer from Farm Folk City Folk, who I worked for 25 years ago, coming through, and Castle was always on that route, and they take it up to Argenta, where a bunch of our farmers are. Recent farmer meetings indicated the farmers would like to have that more permanently. So my contacts at Farm Folk City Folk are working with Ministry of Agriculture, and we're going to see if we can work with one of those organizations to have a permanent seed trailer in this area. They are talking to East Side farmers as well. Met with Brittany Anderson and Mayor Hewitt, had a nice little cocktail conversation. That was super lovely. I wasn't able to attend the day meeting, which was no one's fault. Just someone doesn't always remember directors. You always remember directors, so I didn't know about it, but sounds like there was great advocacy for the long-term breads over at the Victorian Health Center, which Mayor Hewitt was present for. Transit increase specific to community connections, which is the Health Connections route. Mayor Hewitt and I were able to work with some advocacy through Tom Duell at our local shared services committee, and I can report, if you were not aware, Terry has let me know that he is already able to increase access to that service. So I got to let Tom know. Also, neighborhood emergency program preparedness in the Lardo Valley. We have 7 communities up there, so they have one global emergency kind of plan that somewhat falls outside the box of what they should be doing, but they're working with our emergency services because they are so grand, as in big and grand. And they're now doing neighborhood level planning, so I'm supporting with that. We have a road decommission that connects up to the Sandon Historical Trail. I call it, it's the KNS Railway. Zawicki Road, I say that because Mayor Hewitt will know what I'm talking about. It got decommissioned, but it's used by trails all the time. Short story, someone keeps building a berm. I've been working with our CMP, Ministry of Transportation, and our local fire department to get that cleared and under a license of occupation for a trail group so that it's secure. And I did attend one event. I read this and I'm like, I need to attend more fun things. The Larder Valley Historical Society had their 25th anniversary, which they noted at the event was not 25 years of being a historical society, but it was 25 years since they moved the building that used to be the hatchery in Gerard, which is the northern tip of Area D. If you ever want to drive to Gerard, guaranteed you'll see grizzly, moose, and eagles, no problem, but bring a good car. And that'd be it. All right, I was last on the list, so there we go. We've done public time. Now we're going to close the meeting to the public. Oh, Hewitt.
I just wanted to say you could also add Gerard Rainbow in May. You can see them spawning up at Gerard.
Oh, yes, the Gerard Rainbow, that's correct. And the cookie at the other one. Can I have a motion to close the meeting to the public, please? Maine, thank you. Seconded, Hewitt. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And motion to recess the open meeting. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Bob, we're not sure who you are. We're so grateful you've been present, but we're going to have to ask you to sign off at this time. Director Hanegraaff and Director Popoff, if you want to turn on your cameras or log off, that would be great. Thanks, McLaren Co. And Trish, do we need Trish? Nope.
Recording stopped.